What up? It's your boy King Dal 225, and I'm live. All today, I always had to ruminate on what I'm gonna discuss. Cause when you're live, you got to be, all the way live. And one thing I've always been passionate about was my god dang on community. My community. The B1 community. So I decided I'm gonna start talking about topics that's relevant to my community on Sunday. It's going to be called B1 Sundays. If don't nobody know what B1 stands for, it means Black First. Black First. Now we got a lot of topics. Got a lot of topics. Man, this might be like a 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 hour live stream. And the whole topic of the day is the state of immersion that I find that my community don't realize that they in and that they need to pay attention and prepare themselves. Okay? I'm about to get back on this warning symbol for a little while so I can invite people to come join the podcast. And I don't want to keep stopping once I start. So I'm about to hit y'all with this warning again while I do my work. It's gonna take me a minute or two. Let me share this screen. Yeah, I'm back. I'm off that now. I'm ready to get started. Let me explain to you why I feel that my community is in a state of emergency. I got a lot of information to share with you today. A lot. And I know some people out there not gonna like this information I share or how I share it. I'm gonna tell you one thing. I don't give two fucks. It's B1 Sundays. It's ironically, I always felt myself to be a future preacher. You know, it was prophesied that I was going to be a pastor because my grandfather was one, my great grandfather was one. You know, going to church every Sunday. They used to catch me playing behind the pulpit when the church was clear, like I was preaching to the congregation. But I'm passionate. When I'm passionate about certain shit, mm, 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 dangerous dude, bro. Dangerous. And I consider myself an intellectual. You know, I had to learn to adapt, being my size, my height, being black, how to disarm people, how to catch people off guard. 'Cause they expect you to be a big, dumb criminal. Oh, feed your mind. Feed your mind. So I got a lot of things to discuss. Okay. My first thing, I'm gonna share this screen because I got a whole list of videos. There's a lot of information to share. Why we in a state of emergency? Why on so many occasions I always said this channel is a B1 channel specifically for the underserved within my community, the young black male youth. Said this on many occasions. Like, just because I love my community and my people don't mean I have hate for other communities. I don't hate none of you. It's too much energy. More like I'm disinterested. I don't care unless you do something that directly affect my community. Then that's when I care. But if you cool, I'm cool. Leave me be. We'll leave you alone. As I said, there's gonna be a lot of things that we discuss here on this extended. Hopefully, it'll be like a couple of hours. I don't know how this gonna turn out. I know it's not gonna be too popular with YouTube. YouTube, because anytime I talk about Black unity, for some reason, somebody don't like it, and I ain't gonna disparage another. Well, the videos will. I probably will too. I ain't gonna disparage, but I'm having an opinion, and my opinion might not be liked by other people. But we about to get into this. Why I feel as though the black community is in a state of emergency. Like, I'm pulling up from videos that I made months ago, almost a year ago. Thoughts I've always had. It's not hatred toward another community. Again, I hope y'all hearing me. What I'm about to say is not hatred. So you can try to twist this shit and say it's hate speech, but it ain't. So let me share this screen so we can start this shit off. I might leave a link to the, you know, to the website so you can come join in a minute, maybe 15 minutes. You know, I already sent out a couple links. All right, this the one I'm gonna share first. Well, I got this plethora of YouTube videos. I'm gonna start here. Of course, I'm gonna start here. You know, just grifty things. I'm probably not gonna play this whole video. I'm just gonna probably play the beginning. If y'all wanna go see the
This
video, y'all go to Target Rain Reloaded. He he do his thing for the community. I vouch for him on this. Let me add my screen. Let me see how I'm gonna display. I don't like that. All right. Of course, we're gonna start with just grifting things and how I felt about what she did and the divide she caused within the online black content creator community, i.e., the Black Manosphere. And I'm thoroughly disappointed in some of the actions and behavior of these black men out here after she did what she did. I done made plenty of videos about this young lady. Just go check out my channel. Plenty of videos about how I saw her problem, how problematic she can be a year ago. And I made a video. I was like, man, I watched her when she was with that uh real femme sapien. She was backseat talking about her husband. So I got interested in her. But then she started talking about race. And on numerous of my videos, I'm like, yeah, I make RP content and I might consider myself a part of the manosphere, black manosphere, but I can't never be 100% totally a part of the manosphere until like the ones that don't look like me. How can we talk about race? Can we talk about race? What are your opinions, Mr. Conservative man who won't, you know, tell a woman she got to stay in the kitchen and cook? Don't get it wrong. I prefer my woman to do that. But I want a woman that want to do that. I don't want to make a woman. You don't want to do it, boo? Go ahead. You free. But I'm getting sidetracked. Okay, when she was just scammy things, start talking about racism with Sour Garvey. That's the video I had reacted to. Ah, look at this book that Thomas Sowell wrote. Look, I read this book. And I even said on video, like the bookmark is like at the front of the book. So you read a couple pages, you knew all you need to know about the problem with the black people. Like, bitch, shut up. Like, and I don't say that word. Anybody who know me, like, I don't say bitch word until you deserve to be called such. And the problem is we just ain't want to deal with y'all. Okay. All right. Well, a year later, after she said, you know, slavery was just embellished to control us. Control what? I mean, I'm like, man, I tried to warn you ninjas. Tried to a year ago. I smelt that shit early. I'm like, oh, I already see what you about. Then I act like, bro, you gotta stop watching her, bro. Listen, my brother used to listen to her religion. Like, man, you gotta stop listening to her, bro. She is a problem. She's a problem. And then when she came out and said that shit, it created a division within the black content creator space. Cause some of them niggas who took her check sided with her and defended her. How dare you? Not only did they defend her, they attacked us because we didn't want to fuck with her no more. Like, nigga, what kind of fuck shit is that? Like, maybe I'm being a little too real right now. Like I say, when I'm passionate about certain shit. And this shit I'm passionate about, the shit I'm about to play. So, cause we ain't want to fuck with you no more. You attacking us. So she came out with that bullshit apology. And we know it wasn't real. We don't want to fuck with you no more. Like, I'm gonna keep it real. I'm gonna keep it a buck. Like, I don't trust y'all ass when y'all be coming over here talking to me. I'm talking about a specific person, Karen. Why? Because it's a first sign of danger to a black community. Whenever, I ain't just talking about Karen, I'm talking about all y'all. Not just the Karens. Like, man, anytime y'all come over here with that shit, bro, expressing your opinions, pushing your weight around, talking about the patriarchy, but you had the ability to do everything that you do to my community. I'm gonna break it down for you all the way with all these videos. And y'all gonna get a picture of who the fuck I'm talking about. You come and you're a destroyer You're a harbinger of doom every time you open your goddamn mouth toward our community. And sisters, please know I ain't talking about y'all right now. We got our own issues. We need to learn how to deal with it internally. But every time they come with their opinions, you're gonna see. You're gonna see. Just rock with me. I know I'm long-winded. That's what I want because I want the video to be long. I need my views up. Hit that like, subscribe, man. Hit that like. So she gave that bullshit apology, and then we was like, so we still ain't fucking with you. Say la vie. What will be, will be. We ain't fucking with you. So what? Oh, y'all, these the black men that, I'm gonna say these niggas' name. Angry Man, Obsidian, Anton Daniels. Like we were fucking with them dudes. Like I can't reiterate this enough. I literally watched all these dudes because I wanted to see. Well, I know how I felt. I said it a year ago. I wanted to see these dudes respond, bro. Where they was gonna stand. And Angry Man, I watch a live stream because that's all you do now. But basically, in these shorts, uh, dude asked him a question or said something. He ain't like, "Well, fuck you, nigga, suck my dick." I'm like, "Whoa, that's how you talk to yo people for real? Just because we say we ain't fuck with her?" Black women just mad. I'm like, bro, why? Whoa. So how these black women thought that this lady said something out of her mouth, something she thought, and we saying we don't want to fuck with you no more. It's our fault. And then she doubled down on the disrespect. Like we ain't catching this shit. We ain't stupid. Despite what y'all like to put out there and say about us, we are far from a stupid people. She doubled down on disrespect. Went to because she interviewed Nick Fuentes when she said that shit. Then went on Sneeko podcast and that gaggle of fuck boys. And Myron was there. And Nick Fuentes was there again. And guess who was there again? Just Pearly things. Scammy things. Right there. As Myron put on that sheet across his head and said the most racist shit. Talking about I'm playing the character. But you're not one of us, bro. Let's always keep it clear. Like I'm for the diaspora as a whole. I am for it, but I ain't for no motherfucking disrespect from nobody. You're not one of us. You're not gonna come here and disrespect us, bro. Cause it's what it was our suffering that allowed you to come over here and disrespect us. Fuck that. It's bigger than rap. My niggas know what that means. So let me. So I laid it down. I set the set it up so you can understand this text that this Pippi Longstocking put out. Like I said, I'm probably not gonna play the whole video because I got a lot of evidence, a lot of videos to show. I want it to be long, but I don't want it to be 25 hours long. I ain't gonna watch this shit. So let's get to what Tyre and Grace, Tyre and Rain. I don't know why I keep calling it Tyre and Grace. Yeah, I probably where is it? Right here. All right, this is what she said. All right. Planned Parenthood was founded in 1918. The founder, Margaret Sanger, was racist who said, "We do not want word to go out that we want to exterminate the Negro population." Blacks made up 15% of the population then, now, and make up 13%. A 2% nationwide decrease. Why don't you see pro-black content creators cover this? Uh, See, I almost got a little too black right now. I was about to say we do, but I don't need to inform you. We always bring this up. I had brought this up months ago when I was discussing why all the origins of Planned Parenthood and why all the inner baby clinics are always in my communities. I even made a fucking connection. I'm like, bro, y'all always be talking about the men that get killed outside in the streets of this building, but y'all don't be talking about how many people be getting bodied inside this building. Like, bro, our population has been, we'll show you proof of that too. Our population has been like, I'll show you a video where they say, you know, 60 million people wasn't born because of this organization, and the 20 million, well, B1. Like, just imagine we had 20 million more. Don't believe a lie that we overpopulated. Not in America. Not in America. Maybe the rest of the world, maybe in China, India, where they got billions. Man, we ain't got 400 million yet. And the majority of them 400 million live in like 25% of the land that's used in the country. Like, this land can stand a population growth. I always said the black population needs to be at 100 million. They're like, man, but King, that's some old radical ass thinking. I'm telling you, bro, it's bigger than what you think. It's about like voting don't matter. These niggas really convinced you and made you believe that this shit don't matter. It's a reason why they don't want you to have a lot of babies or have a high population. You're gonna have more people that's gonna vote your interest. But you don't care. You don't like, okay, it's got 130 million, Caucasians in America. Probably more. You had 100 million instead of 47, 49 million. Man, your vote will hold more weight. You'll have more people that look like you in offices of power. Like, I'd be sick of having to convince black people this shit. Like, it's an exercise. Yeah, these bullshit ass politicians running up in our face right now. We gotta fight this shit on all fronts, bro. Man, don't listen to what these folks telling you about your community, man. Like, stop. You do need to be. That's what my red pill shit be. You do need to be married, woman and man, raising kids. But don't tell them, baby, we can be married. You could be feminine and still go to school, but when your ass go to school, don't think, I'm better than this now. Like, bro, we need to commit. I'm rambling again, but that's what she said. I'm gonna let his video play a little bit, and then I'm gonna go to the video of who Margaret Sanger is. And probably I found a video, maybe. I don't know if I want to watch the whole video either. Me discussing this months ago.
This is probably the first video ever on my channel that I am doing on Pearl Davis, aka Just Pearly Things. And after she wrote this, I have a feeling this will not be the last time I will be talking about her. Of course, many of you came to find out about who she is via Jason Black or the Black Authority back in March, when he thoroughly exposed and eviscerated her, ending whatever so-called YouTube career she thinks she still has. He literally put a whole big ass monkey wrench into her little scheme. And it was a scheme. And as far as I'm concerned, she's still out there scheming. But there was a tweet that she posted up on her Twitter account on June 11, 2023. And this is it right here. It seems to me she's trying to find another grift. But I'm going to read to you what it says. Planned Parenthood was founded in 1910. The founder, Margaret Sanger, was a racist who said, we do not want word to go out that we want to exterminate the Negro population. Blacks made up 15% of the population then and now make up 13%. 2% nationwide increase. Why don't you see pro-Black content creators cover this? Do you real this woman is about as dense as sponge cake. I know what she tried to do here.
Yeah.
Like I said, she's trying to
what they always try to do, same thing. Adam 22. Adam 22 trying to do out here with his little situation. But Kevin Gates said this is Kevin Gates. We always thought Kevin Gates was kind of weirdo. Like, but we ain't trying to go back and forth with you. Don't use us to excuse your actions for letting your wife get raw dog. Don't. Like he's hip hop. You're a culture vulture. That's what you are. He's hip hop artist. Like, man, don't do that. Don't do that shit. But I'm gonna play you. I'm gonna get to the next video. Again, if y'all wanna go watch this full video, go to his channel. I'm gonna play this whole video though. That's why I shortened that one. I'm gonna play this whole video. It's 14 minutes long, so prepare yourself. Might have to start it over.
As founder of the American Birth Control League, which later...
And listen. Facts, wherever they come from, are facts. I'm well aware of trusting any media. Even, the 700 Club, like all that shit be suspect. But facts are facts. And these are historical facts. You can go do your own research. Fuck where it's coming from, but I'm about to play the video. See, I ain't subscribed. I'm like, man, I don't trust nothing coming out of these people mouth sometimes, bro. All the time. Believe nothing of what you hear, half of what you see.
Later became Planned Parenthood, Margaret Sanger was no doubt a controversial figure with disturbing views on eugenics, race, and population control.
Yep.
Some argue she even wanted to exterminate the Black race. Others are trying to erase that part of her past.
Wow.
The Mike Wallace interview. In the eyes of some, Margaret Sanger has been a heroine. In the eyes of others, she's been a destructive.
This is the first example was just Pearly Things of people who I mentioned early in the video about anytime they come, speaking their truth within my community to my community, it's a harbinger of doom. Like, this is what we need to do. Like, oh my God. It's like nails on a chalkboard. Like, shut the fuck up. Because you partially majority the problem of what goes on within my community. How dare you come over here with your fake ass solutions? It means more destruction for my people. Wake up and see this shit, bro. Look at this old ass video, black and white. George Wallace when he was fucking young. He's middle aged at least. This old shit, bro. This systemic shit is real. Daughters of the Confederate. It's just a group of wives and daughters of Confederate soldier and armed people who, you know, use intimidation tactics to terrorize my people for centuries until for so long that we got to a point where it didn't even bother us no more. That they have a high school in Baton Rouge called Robert E. Lee. That black kids was going to play football at this school. Half of them didn't even know who Robert E. Lee was. Then we decide we don't want to live under these people shadowing them on. We want to tear down their statues. Oh, they got all upset. Fuck they statues going up anyway. Then they lose. How the fuck are you honoring losers? And I'm from the South. And I'm not disillusioned by what the Civil War was about. It wasn't about no goddamn slavery. Let's keep it a buck. Well, I'm glad it happened. Let's play this, you know, history lesson on Margaret Sanger and, you know, this agenda, this, you know, calculated plan to keep us in check.
Force.
In her own words, Sanger pushed for a society that limited births to those she deemed fit to have children.
I think the greatest sin in the world is bringing children into the world that have disease from their parents, that have no chance in the world to be a human being practically, delinquents, prisoners, all sorts of things just marked when they're born.
In 1916,
who this bitch thinks she is? Don't it sound like nails on chalkboard? Like prisoners, disease, like again, problems that you are all introduced to my motherfucker. This shit is laughable. Fuck is she talking about? This some Adolf Hitler shit. Now, just imagine if this lady was a man with an ugly ass mustache saying the same shit she's saying. Now, we got to get past this. Like, women can't be villains too. Like, I'm one of the most open-minded men that you ever meet. I don't underestimate no fucking body. And if you think I'm gonna underestimate you because you're a female and look at you less than, is that not equality? I'm gonna look at you less than, like, oh, that's just woman. No, nope. Motherfucker could be diabolical too, boy. That means you ain't been around women enough.
Sanger opened the country's first birth control clinic. As a member of the American Eugenics Society, she advocated improving the genetic composition of humans.
What that mean?
Controlled reproduction of different races and classes. She often wrote about the issue in the journal she founded, called the Birth Control Review. In 1919,
I personally believe in the sterilization of the feeble-minded, the insane, and the syphilitic. The most urgent problem today is how to limit and discourage the overfertility of the mentally and physically defective.
Many point to a 1923 New York Times interview as proof of Sanger's motives, in which she referred to people as weeds, saying,
"It means the release and cultivation of the better racial elements in our society, suppression, elimination, and extirpation of defective stocks, those human weeds which threaten the blooming of the finest flowers of American civilization."
Hayden Ludwig, an investigative researcher, has extensively studied Sanger's life and writings.
She talked about the need for race betterment through controlling these weeds, basically undesirable people.
In 1939, after opening another clinic in Harlem, the birth control activist launched the Negro Project, an initiative supported by Black leaders, such as civil rights activist W.E.B. Du Bois. Critics claim the program used the pretense of better health and family planning for poor Blacks in the South as an attempt to limit the Black race. Ludwig's some on the left grapple with and how to interpret her
let me go
legacy.
back to that.
They know when she
Let me tell
writes
you
about human weeds,
more.
they know that it's
W.E.B.
Damn,
Du Bois.
2 minutes.
Hayden
2
Ludwig.
minutes. 2 minutes in. I'm already stopping it. Let's go back to that. Like when she got W.E.B. support. W.E.B. Du Bois, you know, on her side by telling him this is about good stuff. Harmages of Doom. I'm doing the best for your community. I'm here to help y'all. Harmages of Doom. He probably believe that shit with no forethought of the future. What would this do to my great grandkids? Hmm? What is your true objective? That shit sounds sweet. It do. But I know everything got a cost. What is this gonna cost me? You talking about some free shit. Like, nigga, ain't nothing free. Reparations is different. It ain't no free money, it's money owed. You got a tab you left here. Your boy tab ain't closed. That's what reparation is. You owe that. This ain't no give me something for free. Let me continue this video, let y'all hear this part again.
An investigative researcher, has extensively studied Sanger's life and writings.
She talked about the need for race betterment through controlling these weeds, basically undesirable people.
In 1939, after opening another clinic in Harlem, the birth control activist launched the Negro Project, an initiative supported by Black leaders, such as civil rights activist W.E.B. Du Bois. Critics claim the program used the pretense of better health and family planning for poor Blacks in the South as an attempt to limit the Black race. Ludwig says some on the left grapple with Sanger's past and how to interpret her legacy.
They know when she writes about human weeds, they know that it's repulsive. They know it's disgusting. The left will never abandon Margaret Sanger because if they do, she's the foundation of so many of their views.
Sanger once shared her vision for a preferred race at a women's branch of the Ku Klux Klan, writing in her autobiography,
Always, to me, any aroused
weeds. They know that it's repulsive. They know it's disgusting. The left will never abandon Margaret Sanger because if they do, she's the foundation of so many of their views.
Sanger once shared her vision for a preferred race at a women's branch of the Ku Klux Klan, writing in her autobiography,
always, to me, any aroused group was a good group.
Despite those views, liberals praise Sanger's work while ignoring her history.
I admire Margaret Sanger enormously.
Look at who it is. Miss Super Predator herself. I never forgive you or forget you or your husband. Secondly, I ain't gonna forget Joe Biden either for the destruction that you caused my community. Shame, shame. Like as a Generation Xer, you know, I consider myself first generation hip hop. I'm over 50 years old and I'm only 44. But I don't think the birth of hip hop was created for 79 when Rappers Delight came out. And I was born in 79. So I consider myself first generation hip hop. The destruction you caused my community again. Bill Clinton locked up with the crime bill. More Black men than any other president, I think, almost combined. He'd almost double, tripled the prison population. But our mothers and these church people went to them like they needed help with their fatherless children who's just out here lost. Then somebody introduced a way for them to make a quick buck, which happened to be the United States government. And the mother, who daddy was gone because he had got hooked on the same drug that the son is now selling that he got from the same person. All the while she's single mother in the home, she telling the son that now you the man of the house, son. What we gonna do? We poor and hungry out here, son. She telling the daughter that the vision is so deep, bro. It's so fucking deep. She telling the daughter, go to school and get an education. I mean, they don't say that no more now because they just arrested their child now. It's just further degradation of my community. It's called by these harbingers of doom, and they help. So now Young got pressure on him to go make this quick buck. No guidance, lost. Structure and discipline is what they needed. You ain't supposed to fear your children, ever. The moment you fear your kids is when you lost them. Fear is something that came out of you, from your loins. How dare I? Never, ever would I. But this harbinger of doom was on some super predator. That was the catchphrase. The crack mama, the crack baby, the super predator. They all dirty. They all criminals. They all. I even got a video discussing how they even handling the opioid epidemic as opposite of how they handle the crack epidemic. They locked up the dealer. They locked up the addict. We ain't got no fucking words for you. We ain't no excuses. We gonna gun you down. We gonna send your little bastard child to orphanage or foster care. If I catch that little nigga out here selling the dope, I'm gonna lock his stupid ass up too. You fucking super predators. And it's harbinger of doom. But the mothers went out there. The church people like, we can't, they ain't encourageable. I got to wash my hands of these lost children. Instead of working inward, they work outward. You see help from outside. They causing you trouble in the first place, and then you go and asking these same people for help. The fuck? How is that even logical? Man, the problem we have within our community can be fixed within our community, especially now, with no help from no fucking body else. Just pay what you owe. Leave us the fuck alone, and we'll leave y'all alone. That's what I want. Don't be having these goddamn programs to stymie my population, to control me, to imprison me, to hook me, to stop me from progress, to stop me from getting land and homes and loans. And you fucking constantly telling us shit that we should believe and going against the real shit that we should believe. Like, we really don't have faith in one another. Where did we learn that shit from? Let me continue this because, like I said, this video gonna be long because I'm passionate.
Her courage, her tenacity, her vision. I am really in awe of her.
Ryan Bomberger, founder of the Radiance Foundation, says abortion proponents are working to clean up Sanger's past and what she stood for.
How?
They have to reinvent her every time they talk about her in order to justify their celebration of her.
Former Planned Parenthood director Abby Johnson says those inside the abortion industry are trained to overlook.
I mean, yes, Margaret Sanger was a racist, but everybody was a racist back then. You accept it because she is your hero. She has to be your hero. You cannot question Planned Parenthood.
In 1997, Stephen Mosher of the Population Research Institute wrote about the push to repackage Margaret Sanger in the Wall Street Journal.
The reason I call it repackaging of Margaret Sanger is because after the Nazi regime destroyed the legitimacy of eugenics forever,
Look at who
they
it
then
is.
went back and said, oh, she was just an early feminist. She was the early supporter of family planning. No, she wasn't. Now, she was a supporter of giving IQ tests to people. She was in favor of using those IQ tests to determine who should be sterilized and who should have children.
In a response titled The Demonization of Margaret Sanger, Alexander Sanger, her grandson and president of Planned Parenthood at the time, called Mosher's editorial unfair. Says Mr. Katz, I used Margaret Sanger's paper project, claimed vehemently Sanger did not rationalize her support for birth control on racist grounds, that she never advocated genocidal policies aimed at racial, ethnic, or religious groups, and that she, in fact, believed access to birth control would benefit, not eliminate minority populations. Dr. Katz turned down our request for an interview. Although in this article, the editor as public authority interpreting Margaret Sanger, she wrote, by our current highly sensitized standards, some of her attitudes and statements can be construed as racist, elitist, ethnocentric, and not politically correct. In 1942, Margaret Sanger's American Birth Control League became Planned Parenthood, which has moved to fulfill its founders' goals, helped greatly by the Supreme Court decision in Roe v. Wade.
Under the veil of secrecy and deception, 60 plus million babies have not been born because they were aborted legally since 7.
Frightening, and blacks make up only 13% of the population. Dan Gaynor of the Media Research Center says that Sanger's true mission remains alive and well throughout today's abortion industry.
Look at the maps, see where the abortion facilities are. They are near places where people are marginalized. That's their target market.
Generation after generation, we have built a better world for our daughters.
Because of allies in the media and academia, Gaynor also points out how speech from conservatives and others about Sanger's past, Planned Parenthood practices, and abortion is often classified as hate speech.
There is nothing as close to a sacrament in the media as abortion. It is a holy writ that abortion is protected, and anybody who comes out against it, any organization, any business, anybody, the media swarm.
So does social media.
Facebook's new oversight board, and this is real, has 4 co-chairs. And they're going to be the appeals board for content. Well, one of the 4 oversight board is on the board of an pro-abortion group. There's no pro-lifers. They're not there.
The problem also exists on many college campuses.
I remember at Harvard, they laughed when I was talking about the history of eugenics. And they said, that doesn't matter. Planned Parenthood is not like it was during Margaret Sanger's days.
Those who oppose her views say not true and are committed to exposing her past for future generations. Charlene Aaron, CBN News.
Well, keep in mind, this is a serious matter. You're trying to revise history to suit a political agenda. And suit a
We just
political
here for the
argument.
facts. You want to hear this
The
dude
source of-
talk? You can go hear him talk. Now, I'm about to share another screen with you and show the population number, so you don't just think a ninja like me making shit up. Let me share this screen now. It's from blackdemographics.com. Population, the African American population. Like they got websites like this. You know, I know you gotta advertise, do your thing, and I gotta exit off it, so I'm gonna do my thing. Black shit. So this is the population right now. 13.6% black alone. You know, because some of them identify as black and another race, so they count them. You know, but those are the ones who don't really count themselves. I don't know what to like, because that's a different number. Maybe that was the last count. Most of us stay down here in the South. But look at our income. Like, that's $23,000. Still behind on degrees. Them black women, they got them. 27% married couple. 26% single. 6% single-led homes. Living alone. And other, the red is female-led homes. 26%. I done discussed why on these occasions. Why? More Harbinger Doom, the Eminence group. And they get, the patriarchy. More destruction for my community. I'm like, lady, you know what the patriarchy is, what you and your husband did to us? We ain't y'all. We ain't, keep that shit over there, lady. Like, for real. But like our mothers, our women started listening and believing. It was, black women that stated these facts that black women abandoned the movement for the community for the movement for women. I even had this discussion in 2007, 2006, when Obama was first running and Hillary was running, and Hillary was winning that time. She was leading. And I started asking, it was like strange to me because the women was happy. I'm talking about black women. I'm like, happy, but y'all don't understand that she's running against a black dude? Y'all don't see this shit? So I started asking a question. I was like, what do you identify with more? Yeah, I said that shit back then. That's how far ahead of the game I be. What do you identify with more? Being black or being a woman? And it was surprising how many of them said woman. I'm like, damn, there's no question for me, black. I'm not gonna choose no white dude over a black woman if I got to choose. But you telling me you'll choose a white woman over a black man? Like, now that's fucked up. I can't choose a white man over a black woman because the black woman won't let me. But y'all constantly listening. The sisters. I ain't saying sisters. The sisters. 44% homeowners. Look, we double the poverty rate, bro. Families in poverty. Fucked up. We renting. We got All America 3%. We got cash public assistance. SNAP. Man, this shit is embarrassing right there. That's that poverty. The double the poverty, the higher it's gonna be. Gave birth while unmarried. Population still need to go up. You just need to be a married family and a couple. Stop devaluing that. But here's the population, how I say, it's always been in check. In check. I think it says I'm almost 50 million now since 2017. It's always been in check. I ain't been no explosion. It's a check, 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 check. Because I know exactly where the goddamn clinic at, the In Babies clinic. I know where that's at in my community. Like, it's right there. Right there. 47, 46, 42. Man, we supposed to be in at 75 right now. We're supposed to be in at 75 right now, bro. Look at this percentages. I literally had a higher percentage. Ain't that fucking ironic, bro? You got higher percentages when we was property. That's when they wanted us. Like, oh yeah, let's breed them now. Y'all know about them breeding of the slaves? Oh, I'm sorry, just for other things. We embellishing shit just to control you. I'm sorry, I don't want to control you. It's weird, right? Mm-hmm. No, it's not for us. Y'all try to gaslight us. The original gaslit people, the number one gaslit people, all my people try to tell us, like, just get over it. Oh my God, it was so long ago. But some of your plans and ideals and destruction was just yesterday. Fuck 400 years ago. Yeah, you owe us for that. But we ain't talking about that all the time. We talking about the other shit that you do. The other shit. Like, we don't want to talk about that either. So the population, in my opinion, should be at $100 million for your political power to really show something. Show something. Because you ain't got that long. I'm telling you, it's a warning. You don't have that long, bro. And I know it's going to take more than 50 years. Hey, let me stop bullshit. It wouldn't take that long for my population to get up to 50 million. I mean, 100 million. If we stop the BS and get with the program. Let me go to the next video. Still ain't got no views yet. That's all good. I'm gonna keep running. I'm gonna keep putting out. Okay, let's go to the next video. Put my glass up. I don't look like no damn librarian. Shout out to librarians. I wish I was a librarian. I always wanted to work at a library. That's how much I read. All right, let me go to the next video. More facts on what I speak and what I said. Let me see what this video about before I go to that one. Okay, this video was made a year ago. I ain't got over 21 views, 28 views. That's what I'm talking about. I've been talking about this shit. They age restricted my shit because like anytime I talk about some relevance on my video, that shit either get struck down. Last one, hate speech. I ain't hate a person on that video, bro. All I said was black people need to start using their political power and purchasing power for greater use. Oh, we don't hate that shit. Go back to talking about ratchets and niggers. I ain't want to hear that shit. Like every time like this, you can't see it yet. I gotta share the screen. That shit got age restricted. I ain't mad at you. These your rules. We playing on your world, homie. We playing on your world. This home court advantage. This our home too. But y'all make the rules right now. And they're going to continue to make rules. Our populations stay so piss poor. Stop letting them people tell you that this country can't handle it. They just don't want it. I'm a weirdo. I'm like, the one, if you don't want me with shit, like with a lot of exceptions, I'm not going to force you to do nothing for me. But if I feel that it ain't yours to give, then it's mine. I ain't forced you to do this. Is mine too. I'm a free person too. I have rights too. Let's get to this next video though. Oh, all right, it's at an hour. It's at an hour. Man, I ain't really sharing this yet, cause I'm trying to still run these videos before I let other people get on here. But look what it say in the comment. Let me show you. This is a year ago. Look at what it said in my description. R. V. Wade overturned. Okay. Age restricted, like I was saying. See, I am pro-choice. 1,000%. Unless that's my baby. Like, I feel like I should have a choice. But I accept it. You don't want to have a baby? Fine. Your body, your choice. But I should have a say for you to at least hear my opinion. Still your choice. Like, man, don't. Still your choice, though. You ain't doing that to my motherfucker, baby. I ain't gonna force you, but I want my baby. You know what? Get here. Get here. Like, why they can't be an option? You don't want to get here. Don't come looking for no money, leader. Not much you can make a come up. Why that 26% exists? The come ups. Still was convinced by these old eminence. I'm gonna even talk about these eminence too. And I might say something about them in this video. Let the video run. Everybody talking about Roe versus Wade and how it was overturned in the Supreme Court. And I thought I'd add my 2 cents. How do I feel about Roe versus Wade? It's a year ago. How could I put this? I don't have 2 fucks to give to rub together to fucking even care about that. Because my stance has always been clear about Planned Parenthood, a year ago, and Roe versus Wade, and how it's a detriment to my community, in particular. And also, I am pro-choice in the sense that every person has a right to choose what they do or don't do. If they want to be a murderer or not, they're free to be. But I'm pro-life. I feel like it is our obligation. God gives us a gift. Don't get me wrong, they have exceptions to the rule. Like the incest, the EPAR, as some people like to say. Spell it backwards, you know what I'm talking about. It is YouTube. But for you to just be an irresponsible person who out here busting it open to the world and want to take the easy route and kill a baby, I'm not for that. Only person on the planet who get away with murder in consistent basis. Not nobody even like I. But you telling us what to do with our body. That's not right. Listen, let's have a little quid quo pro. If you want us men to give a fuck about Roe versus Wade, then you got to give us something in return. If you have a right to decide, because it's your body, whether you want to keep this baby or not, and I ain't got no motherfucker say so. See, because this don't affect me at all. Sorry to tell you, ladies. So if you got the right to have my baby, to have a baby I don't want, or get rid of a baby I want, then I have a right to not be that fucking child's father when it comes to age. And it's like, I'm about to play this video. Shout out to Shisha Zed in the coffee pod. I ain't really never react to your shit. But you got these comical ass clips of you gonna see who responding to the overturn. So that reaction to that video. Hit that like, subscribe, and comment. I ain't gonna play the whole video. You wanna go see the video? Go on my YouTube channel and watch the whole video. Trump become president. Yeah, before Donald Trump was like full steam ahead. I like Donald Trump is gonna win, and I am not no Trumper. Trust me, I fucking do not like Republicans as much as I do not like. You let Trump pick like 2 or 3 of them. I'm trying to find a spot where I think I talked about Planned Parenthood. That's Jesus said, bro. Jesus said. See, we gotta be a talk. Kill your baby. They take your baby's remains and use it for fucking research and make 60,000
people and billionaires happen to have in common is the party they tend to vote for. I do.
See how she shows so much concern.
Apology. Good thing she don't get paid for thinking.
Roe v. Wade was overturned. I'm currently in the state of Mississippi, and I know there has to be something to fight for it. So if you know anything, a walk, a march, anything that I can be a part of.
Harbingers is doom.
So let me get this right. I can go to
Walk your ass to the pharmacy and go get some motherfucking birth control. Walk out that motherfucking man house instead of busting it open. Close your goddamn man. Maybe I'm telling you, this motherfucking women is not gonna like the video. I know I'm gonna get attacked. I might not drop this shit. How about that's the march you do? How about that's the walk you do? Because men have always had to be responsible for where they put their seed. We get threatened with jail. Y'all just don't give a fuck about that. Now we telling y'all, no, we not gonna be a part of y'all mass killing the babies no more. Sorry. And you bitches out of y'all fucking mind. And you can still go somewhere and kill your baby. I know I keep saying it. I don't know if they're gonna knock me for saying kill your baby. I don't want to say the A word, but that's what the fuck you doing. Let's continue to the next delusional female. I don't know if this video gonna make it to YouTube. I'm just keeping it real. You know, because that's the one group of people you can't tag the LGBT, you can't tag women. Are they gonna, you know, transform to Voltron and attack your ass? But you can attack men and black men and them motherfuckers all day. Let's continue.
the birth and burial place of our Lord and Savior Jesus Christ and get a free as a part of Israel's healthcare. But here in America, I cannot because Jesus, right? Evangelicals have ruined Jesus and Christianity.
Like, what the fuck is this lady talking about with that child in the back seat? Yeah, they do say people who got kids be the ones who be at the clinic the most. But man, y'all some...
Everything.
What logistically is going to happen here?
First of all, children will be born into poverty or precarious.
Here go the one with the can't act like she care about the black people. Let's see this one out. She talk fast, so listen faster. She acting like she care about us. Okay, let's continue.
What logistically is going to happen here?
First of all, a lot of children will be born into poverty or precarious circumstances where they have little to no access to proper education. Looking at the places that will or are likely to ban abortion if Roe v. Wade gets overturned, this will happen mostly in the states whose economies rely heavily on human labor. And thanks to the racist systems the U.S. has in place, one of two things is going to happen to these people depending on their skin color. If they're non-white, it's likely school to prison pipeline and prison industrial complex, and some white billionaire is going to exploit them and profit off of them. Or if they're lucky or just white, they will be forced to do cheap labor, and some white billionaire is going to exploit them and profit off of them. Now, thanks to the racist system, only the latter group gets to keep their voting rights. And this is probably a coincidence, but the one thing that poor, uneducated white people and billionaires happen to have in common is the party they tend to vote for. I do.
See how she shows so much concern for our community. You know, no, improve the fucking education in schools. Go take your black ass to the clinic and kill your baby. That's what you do. Nah, we didn't fuck improving the schools. They've been complaining about school system for fucking since I was knee-high to a grasshopper. They ain't gonna never improve that shit because they like black people being poor. I made a video about this. These motherfuckers be buying your stem cells, your placenta for 60 G's. We go to the clinic, pay these motherfuckers that you done scammed a black man to get. Yeah, I don't think I said it on this video. So I'm gonna go to the next video that prove my case on why we are in a state of emergency as a community. That's first evidence. I brought that up because old Jeff's scammy thing was like, ain't I messing with me? Like, lady, we already talked about her. And this is for those who don't know the origins of the help that they receive. The origins of it. Like, so you start being aware and more suspicious of these harbingers of doom every time they open their GD mouth. On to the next topic. Everybody up in arms about Supreme Court repealing affirmative action. Frankly, I could give two shits about them repealing affirmative action. I feel the same way as how I feel about the Rooney Rule. Any football follower or watcher or fan knows about the Rooney Rule. It's supposed to help more black coaches be more not person of color. Yeah, they always want to ride out fucking jocks when they can fucking benefit. But then when it really matters to us, it's like, get up by your own bootstraps. But damn, cool, cuz. You was just over here asking me to help you with some shit. Nah, all right, fuck it. So, I ain't gonna care. I tried to warn y'all about this shit earlier. Show you a video proving it. Like, it was around the time Deion Sanders decided he was gonna leave Jackson State to go to Colorado. I'm like, bro, y'all to believe these people tell you that these ain't the school. They started by white people anyway. It don't matter. We can go to PWCs, PWIs. I'm like, I ain't mad at that, but don't let them devalue the HBCUs just because you can go to Harvard now. So another group of people who, love the culture but don't love the people in the culture. Love the culture but don't love the people in the community. That's the people in the culture, is the community. Love the culture, don't love the community. Sometimes they hate the culture. Like, it's unfair that you choose a black person instead of choosing, that's what they keep saying, the best candidate. Okay. What is the best candidate? People always think like an intellectual really can't judge intellect. If you're smart enough to get that, maybe you might be an intellectual. It's relative. Intellect is relative. You might be a whiz in math and numbers and writing and art, but don't know shit that somebody else knows. Like, it's all relative to me. So yeah, just because you got the highest SAT scores, I'm gonna choose you. But they don't really attack. Ain't no other group was all up in arms, or will they go after? They just affirmative action need to stop. Are you gonna go after the people who like what there was college interest scandal that Becky from Full House did? Are you gonna go after those affluent, harbingers of doom who willing to pay to skip your kid? Or you just gonna go after the lower of you? You punching down. Right, I'm gonna go after, because this is the fact that those people get their applications looked at. Okay, no, it's no proof that affirmative, like the Rooney Rules, no proof that, oh man, you just looked at the application. You're like, man, I got to put this black person here. Oh, you giving the smartest black person a chance. No. But are you gonna go after? Are you gonna go after the people who pay for their kid who don't? Fuck the fact that you knocking out black people who deserve to be in these positions. You're not gonna go after the ones who don't, right? Fucking the hypocrisy. So they ended affirmative action because the Asian community didn't feel like it was fair. They went to the Supreme Court. Like, man, y'all keep talking about we got a fucking coalition of POCs. Get that bullshit out of my face. Get that bullshit out of my face. We got a coalition of POCs. You're gonna see when you need something what that coalition look like. Like, you're gonna be standing there by your motherfucking self. And the fucked up part about it is, man, y'all keep on thinking these harbingers of doom gonna look out for you. We know far too well. They don't look out for their fucking self. And in the sense you looking out for yourself too, you doing progress. I can't be envious of that. But you showing me who you really is. Something I always said, man, listen, bro, these people don't fuck with us like that. Stop. Like individually, maybe. Still look at you sideways. Maybe. Okay. But as a community, oh no. No. Don't fall victim to that shit. Don't you think that shit. Don't you think that shit. Motherfuckers gonna always look out for their own. But our problem is we always fighting within because we let from without affect what's within. Stop listening to these harbingers of doom. Stop caring. We always got to be the ones care about everybody else goddamn problems. Be the first one, the vanguard. You know what the fucking vanguard is? The vanguard is the less experienced or the real army tired. We need a break. We about to go. We're gonna send the first wave. Probably some slaves that they caught in other wars and shit. Other tribes. We're gonna send them motherfuckers out there to soften them up before we, send us, the ones we identify with as one of us. That's them over there. We always the vanguard for other people's issues. Oh, immigration. Oh, this. Oh, Planned Parenthood. Oh, this. Oh, crime bill. Alphabet people. Like, man. Then we start talking about our issues. We get drowned out and ignored. Like, Raise yourself up from your own bootstraps. You're lazy. You don't want to work. You're a bum. You're a criminal. You're a drug addict. And these black men be out here saying this shit on YouTube. Just making buckets of money. Shitting on the community all day. Like, it's can you understand why people feel the way that they do about us? I mean, there's some people saying about you. That'll always be their excuse. Let's get to, the brother Phil Scott. Supreme Court bans affirmative action from being used in college admission. And I made a video months ago, maybe a year ago, about why HBCUs are very important to my community. And don't let these people tell you that they're not. And what Deion Sanders could have done for the community. He could have been a fucking legend if he would have stayed at Jackson State. Because only he could have done what he was doing, and only he could have made it even greater. You took your talents over there to that PWI because you on some level, you still need to prove something to somebody that's outside your community. Like, because I see you when you say, oh, if you ain't going to refer to Nick Saban as Nick, you don't refer to me to Deion. I'm Coach Sanders. I'm like, man, you fucked up with it. You want people to look at you and fuck Nick Saban. Like, oh God. Nobody give a fuck about no Nick Saban. As we call him in Louisiana, Nick Satan. Well, you can see why I feel that way about Nick Saban if you see I'm from Louisiana. That's like that's like an acceptable phrase everywhere in Louisiana. Fuck Nick Saban. Like, you say that in church, God won't consider it a sin. Like, fuck Nick Saban. Amen, brother. Amen.
Struck down affirmative action being used in race-based admissions for colleges and universities. Now, at the end, I'm going to fully explain how the white supremacists played the 3-card Monty using the Asian community and how what they just done actually screwed them. It didn't screw us, but it screwed them in many, many ways. But let's go on and get into this and just kind of build our case here like we normally do before we start going in. So let's get the background of who the guy is that was a part of all this. So this particular Asian American young man, his name was John Wang. He was 18 years old. Now, they say he had got a 1590 on his SAT and he had a 4.65 high school grade point average, but was rejected by 6 top schools.
So
now, of course, he was one of the plaintiffs in the Supreme Court case seeking to end the practice over claims that unfairly discriminates against high-performing Asian Americans.
I don't understand just because I don't choose you because you like got the numbers. Sometimes it's more than the numbers. Like yeah, I want the best. I want the best on my team, bro. But you think 5 Michael Jordans on the court would have worked? Maybe I'm looking for something else other than numbers. Now you saying because they're looking at the black applications and they choosing black people, and they clearly ain't doing what I'm doing in books and education. Maybe somebody got a 1,500. I know a lot of black people who got astronomical SAT numbers and scholarships. Made a lot of videos on them. They quite recent. Wish I could have found them. I ain't got time now. But y'all make it seem like we are undeserving. That is the point. It is a lot of deserving black people. It's a lot of intelligent black people. Stop pushing this narrative that we all just a bunch of lazy, dumb, thug, crackhead bums. I don't fucking like that. Well, you just give them advantage. They don't deserve it. Y'all better go look that shit up. African American SAT, scholarships. Go look that up. Like record scholar. I think 2 brothers got like 10 million because they like, oh my God, that's so smart. One of that dude, a girl or something, got one of the highest SAT scores out there. Like, oh, they undeserved.
And say in January, the High Court said it would take up lawsuits, in which they did, from the anti-affirmative action group Students for Fair Admission, claiming that Harvard University, a private institution, and the University of North Carolina, a state school, discriminate against Asian American applicants. It said the suit had claimed that affirmative action policies meant to favor members of historically disadvantaged groups gives an edge to African Americans and Hispanics and Native Americans, and say over Asian students. Now, Mr. Wang said, despite his terrific scores and a perfect score on his math SAT, he was rejected by Harvard as well as MIT, Caltech, Princeton, Carnegie Mellon, and UC Berkeley. He was rejected by all those schools. Now, Mr. Wang, it said, who had come forward to speak at that time, said he was warned in advance that it's gospel, that it's tougher to get in, especially as an Asian American, by friends and guidance counselors. I wonder who they were, but I got a great idea who it was. They said Wang's parents are both immigrants from China, and said he felt pressure about advocating for himself publicly. Now, we're doing a lot of times, we talk about where people from, delineation, etc. And a lot of people are doing that within the black world, but you need to do it all over. Don't let them just say Asian Americans. Find out, no, where your people from? Where they at? We want to know who is it that's being a part of this. So his parents immigrated to this country.
Immigrants.
And now their kid was a part of unraveling things that was already kind of set, and there was reasons for affirmative action to be set, but I'm not a fan.
I want you, again, I don't give a shit about no affirmative action. I don't. Well, I don't, because I don't feel like it helped us. I really don't. Like, because the people in power, they gonna finagle their way out of what we really want. They are. Black people was getting in Harvard before goddamn affirmative action. The hard way. You heard me? Convincing people who don't believe you belong to let you come now. How dare we be so smart? Because by your words, by y'all belief, we just a bunch of idiots. We ain't help America at all. We didn't do anything. Nothing. I hope you know that's sarcasm.
And I get to why I'm not a fan of affirmative action either, but let's continue. He said that I was scared, it said, of getting backlash on social media. It said for it. He told Fox News at that time. He said, for fighting for what I think is a really important issue, say Students for Fair Admissions. It said Wang said, we're willing to be on in 2023. Hispanic, he said, speak up. I'll be pretty upset with myself out of the Harvard Crimson. So this is the class of 2023. Now, as you can see, this is a breakdown of everybody that was there in 2023. Hispanic, Latinx, 11.1%. American Asian, 22.6%. Black African American, just 10.1%. This is Harvard. Pacific Islander, 0.8%. South Asian, 5.8%. So
basically, what this chart showing is what I was saying earlier. You ain't trying to eat off these people. You just won't eat off the motherfuckers that's under you. Talking about we getting this at they're at 28%. We getting unfairly disadvantaged because these people getting considered. But you're not gonna go after the people who wealthy enough to have their children who are undeserving. I'm gonna say all of them are, but it's been proved that they do it. So how can I prove that some of them aren't deserving? You're not gonna go after them, right? I always thought it was cowardly to pick on somebody smaller than you. I don't underestimate people. I'm like, man, what do I gain fucking with somebody less than but bad karma? That's what you get. You get bad karma. Fucking with somebody less than. But you ain't fuck with them people over there. I ain't go to Supreme Court on that shit. Unfair admissions. Oh, you did. Against the people that's in you. 28%, bro.
So they have two categories of Asian here, but it's still Asians. So their number between the 5.8% and the 22.6% put them well over 28%. That's double the number that's if we're talking about black or even Hispanic. And then white, of course, trumps all of them at 47.2%. But Mr. Wang, he wasn't talking about why so many white students was in there. He was focusing on the black ones. Now let's go to UNC, the other school. This is how it broke down on this. Undergraduate admissions. American Indian, 1%. Asian or Asian American, 22%. Black or African American, 10%. Hispanic, 10%. White or Caucasian, 65%. So more white folks are at UNC than they even at Harvard University.
So I haven't seen these black people
now,
here.
legacy admissions. Let's talk about that. Legacy admissions, which is people that had a parent, grandparent, cousin, auntie, etc. Just because they went to the school, they kid can get in, or uncle, or cousin, or whoever get in.
Yep.
So as you can see here, they said that 43% of the white students admitted to Harvard University were recruited athletes, legacy students, children of faculty and staff on the dean's interest list. Applicants whose parents or relatives who donated to Harvard also. So if your people donated to Harvard, you can get in. But Mr. Wang, he wasn't talking about that.
Nope, not the one.
Just worrying about black folk.
Yep.
It said that number drops dramatically for Black, Latino, and Asian American students, according to the study, with less than 16% each coming in from those categories. The study also found that roughly 75% of white students admitted from those four categories labeled ALDCs in the study would have been rejected if they had been treated as white non-ALDCs.
Rejected.
Almost 70% of all legacy applicants are white, compared with 40% of all applicants who do not fall under those categories. They say removing preferences for athletes and legacies would significantly alter the racial distribution of admitted students, with the share of white admits falling and other groups rising or remaining unchanged. Harvard's accepted rate for 2023 is just 4.5%. As you clearly saw, Asian American students, or Asians in general, had a higher acceptance rate to Harvard, to UNC, than black folks, than Hispanics, than Native Americans. Even all of them combined didn't even match up the Asian numbers. Yet he was upset that he wasn't part of the 20+% that was accepted to Harvard University. And as you saw, Harvard University has a 4.5% acceptance rate, one of the hardest schools to get in the country. But one thing, if you remember, the part we talked about is legacy admissions. Remember, he was saying that I'm not getting into these schools, Caltech, MIT, Carnegie Mellon, Harvard. I'm not getting to these schools because of affirmative action and letting black people in.
Yeah.
I didn't get in because of black people.
Yeah.
Now, instead of him researching the acceptance rate for these schools and understand that your good test scores just may not be it. It just may not be it. Somebody probably had a better test score than you. Maybe they have a better essay or whatever than you. It's a lot of factors that could have went into that, right? But what happened was when he felt entitled to be into these schools, he went to, remember, his friends and guidance counselors. Now, you know, his friends and guidance counselors, you know, the white supremacist was going to be in there. So the white supremacist told him, hey, John, you know, you should have been accepted to Harvard. I mean, it doesn't make sense for you to have a 1590 on the SAT and you didn't get in. But you know who didn't have to work so hard to get into the school? It's those black students. You see, those black students, they lower the requirements for them. And they don't have to work as hard as you. So when you see those black students on those universities, that's our affirmative action. Letting them in. They didn't have to work. They didn't have to do anything. So when you hear these different Asian groups saying affirmative action, trust me, they're talking to the white supremacists. But remember what I said earlier, the white supremacist is playing a 3-card Monte on them. See, the Students for Fair Admission tried this before with Abigail Fisher, a white woman, and it did not work. So you have to understand the white supremacist new strategy is to use immigrants, non-white immigrants, to unravel all the gains of what black people fought for. You understand? So they're using these, well, as I said before, Johnny come latelys. They come after the fight. They come after everything is done. They didn't have to deal with the water holders. They didn't have to deal with the Klan. They didn't have to deal with the redlining. They didn't have to deal with the church bombing. They didn't have to deal with none of that. They come after the fact. And because they feel like they entitled in this country to get certain things instead of just being happy that you're here and happy that he's in Georgia Tech. Georgia Tech is a good school. What's wrong with Georgia Tech? He feels entitled that he didn't get into Harvard, and because black people are there at a rate of just 10% black people is taking his spot. But one thing that the white supremacists did not want to go after is legacy admissions. Now, you clearly heard the statistics on that. The majority of legacy admissions, 70% of them are white. If we're going to do things by merit, well, we need to completely do it by merit. Don't say, hey, let's get rid of the race-based part of it, but we're going to allow the legacy admissions. Because remember, his argument was that he couldn't get in because of affirmative action preferring black people, right? Legacy admissions prefer people that had a mama, a daddy, a cousin, a grandpa, or whoever, or who's ever heavily donating to the school. They're getting into Harvard over his test scores. And the Students Fair Admission didn't say, let's put that in the case, because that's wrong too. See, affirmative action for white people is okay, but affirmative action for non-white people, that's a problem. You understand? So he didn't go after that whatsoever. Now, so you use a Chinese American, you use them to unravel race-based admissions. Why was that originally put in? It was put in because black folks couldn't get into particular schools. They say, oh, you black, you're not getting in here. I don't care what your grades are. You're black, you're gone. That was the reason why it was initially put in. To say, hey, you gotta give black people a chance to get in here so they can get some of the top tier education too. It can't just be an all white affair. That's why it was put in. But see what happens when people don't have to suffer anything? When people didn't have to see their family members swinging from trees.
Yep.
You see what happens when people come into this country and they didn't have to deal with the redlining. They didn't have to deal with the Klan. They didn't have to deal with the police. They didn't have to deal with anything. They don't respect the fight.
Nope.
They don't respect the sacrifice.
Nope.
And they don't mind destroying anything that built that for the advantages of them coming in here. And as a lot of Black Americans starting to see, one fatal mistake that was made by our community was getting behind the 1965 immigration bill. Because if we wouldn't have got
again, we are always the vanguard. Run into the defense of people who think less of us. What will this do to my great grandkids?
Behind that wasn't the past. And we're suffering today now because of that 1965 immigration bill. Let's call it what it is. The white supremacists is using the immigrants to attack and to try to roll back everything. You understand what I'm saying? So now you made a deal with the devil.
Yep.
And he put you up to doing it. So now when people are upset, they can't point at the white supremacists, they pointing at the Asian community. And that's just like what the devil do. He gets you to do his dirty work. And then when the rubber meets the road and everybody mad, he gonna say, it wasn't me, it was him. He don't look, we was think that, we were behind him, but he didn't want to push the case. It was him. So go after him.
That's enough for Brother Phil. Now, we're going to hear what I got to say months back. Let me see how long ago it was. 5 months ago when Deion started. But before I do that, I'm going to stop this. I'm going to go to another one. Let's talk about this. All the time that we've been in this country and did we did for this country. Everything that we never got benefit everybody. Because if you think voter rights didn't help Asians and Mexicans have the right to vote, you out of your fucking mind. You out of your fucking mind, bro. All the shit that we did, no protections specifically for Black people. Even when we was getting picnicked, go look it up and see what that means. Them popular trees. We was swinging from branches. No protection for us. I'm gonna tell you, this is a touchy subject for me because, that C-19 really affected my community and my family. I literally had somebody passed away from C-19. Oh no, you can't call it the C word virus. You can't say the W word virus. They put the narrative out there. It was Black people attacking Asians because of C-19. Like, well, who? When? What? Who? Why ain't nobody tell me? I don't know nothing about this. That's how the whole community felt. Like, what? So you pitting us against them like we doing something. No proof of this. Maybe some scattered, but I ain't showing what they probably doing to them. Oh, don't say the C word virus. Where it came from though? Where did it originate? Did some place in C word with the first word start with a W? Even told Trump he couldn't say that. But the C word came out and people had to stay inside for 2 years. You see this data 2 years ago. And it affected everybody around the planet. Nope, we're gonna protect them. We're gonna protect them. Man, how you exit this goddamn ad off? All right. Ben signed Biden. I'm not voting for you. I promise on everything. Biden signs anti-Asian hate crime bill marking significant breakthrough in partnership. What kind of partnership? Let's go to this. I don't know if I'm gonna play this shit. I'm just read this shit. Because I really don't care. C-19 Hate Crime Act, signed law that passed through Congress, is in an increasingly rare show of bipartisan hate in an effort of significant break in the gridlock in Washington. So the Republicans, Democrats played nice on this. That's what they basically saying. Oh yeah, we're gonna make a law specifically to protect this group. And I ain't mad at that. Kudos. Both sides agree. I ain't gonna say nothing that make me seem envious because I'm not. I just realize it's real. And when it come to us, it's always backfighting. Oh, man, I don't deserve that. Fuck a reparation. These black men, Anton Dane's old hating ass. Like, I wish would. They had a comedian. I wish I was a comedian say, you nigga, you know what's money. It's so I ain't mad at that. I just know what it is from my side on my side of the street. I ain't gonna be no bipartisanship for shit that we want or need or ask for. What the fuck our protection? They say they do have like a racial law. I'm like, that's not specific to black people. Because you use that against black people. Like the black man beat up the white guy. The black man beat up the Asian guy. Like, I want protection just for my community. Okay, when the Asian guy beat me up, or attack me, or the Mexican attack me, or the police attack me. Where the George Floyd bill at? Where the qualified immunity disappearing? Oh, it's not bipartisanship when it comes to shit like that, though, right? Vice President Kamala Harris, because that would them not churn of hers, call her Kamala. Kamala Harris, the first woman and person of age. Yeah, y'all see it. She making sure she get the crime bill for her people. Because she wasn't black before she needed to be black and start, tap dancing with the band and shit to run for vice president. Numbers low as fuck right now. Boy, you dead meat in these streets when it come to voting. Ain't nobody voting for you. Even if Biden rerun, he gonna get another vice president. Kamala Harris, the first woman, person, because she was locking you niggas up when she was in California. I still don't know why, but we trapped in this old loop that I'm trying to break us out of with this this love affair with the Democratic Party. They tell you fuck you so many ways. You think they telling you I love you. Agent is sent to hold the office, opened the signing ceremony by thanking lawmakers present for their work, including Senator Mizzy Hart. You know what? I'm not going to even try. I'm not going to even try. And I love the Asian community. I love Japanese anime. I want to go to Japan one day. I want to go to South Asia. I want to go to China and see the Great Wall. Black people have always respected the Asian culture. It just hurts us so much when y'all look down on us, like a lot of immigrants. And I don't fault you 100%. You know, the media have always been the media, an enemy against us. Always. So this lady who used black people to get help get the man who helped lock us up in the 90s elected and used the culture and our infinity to want to support affinity, to want to support one another. This is no friend to us. Come on, Charlamagne. You go talk that black shit over there to them people. Don't come over you. Come on, Charlamagne. That man say, if you black, you ain't black if you don't vote for me. Who the fuck? The audacity of a white man to tell me what's black and what's not is just fucking ridiculous. So when she got in office, she made sure the people that she really identified with get protections. Ain't she on that border too? And that's all fucked up. And y'all don't think that's a reason? This is a warning to my people. I'm telling you, bro, she gonna get worse for us. Y'all think we got so much compassion and hope for other people, bro. We not really seeing, man. I have to learn this the hard way. A Pisces, an empath, everybody ain't you. Everybody don't feel like you feel or think like you think. They always gonna help their own first. Now, yeah, we won't help everybody. We need to start helping ourselves first. Damn if it hurt other people's feelings. They always talk that brotherhood and coalition shit when they want us to help them with something. What the fuck the brotherhood when it comes to reparation? You don't deserve that. You see how motherfuckers truly feel when you ask me what you owed. We start talking about where the drugs come from in my community. Ain't nobody tell you to take it. You can't. These black people encourage, but all they do is buy cigarettes and alcohol. Well, who the fuck is selling it to us? Huh? I don't say you see you selling no fucking fruits and vegetables and shit. Alcohol companies, do we own the motherfuckers? Oh, you good and cool profiting off our dysfunction. You can also profit off our fucking good shit too. But you don't want to do that. Hell no, we're not gonna help empower them people. So I know how I feel about, certain groups who exist in my community, make profit, mad profit. Talking about from the Middle Easterns to the Asians to, them corner stores y'all always talking about. These shit ass house stores. these fucked up ass nail stores. Or they good and happy making our money, telling us you can't make no money because black people. They black. You can't make no money. They making money hand over fist on your ass. Instead of telling you it's impossible. And you believe it. So that's more evidence of this coalition. That ain't no fucking coalition. It's a one-sided affair. We help, you don't. We help, you don't. I'm gonna leave that there and go to the next video where I'm talking about the value this months ago. Remember this, 5 months ago with Deion Sanders. I got with 10 views. Deion Sanders leave Jackson State, and how I felt about the narrative that was being pushed about fuck these black colleges. We own this shit no way. Fuck them nigga schools. I'm like, bro, you don't understand what it means to the community then. Because you're not from the community. Like, I grew up in the shadows of Southern University. I know what it meant to the community. I know how it affected me by having so many intelligent black people in close proximity. And what the community needs is that, more of that. I'm like, man, that was fucking wonderful. We all in the 420 session. I ain't in college. He in college. He give me college knowledge. Let me share this next screen. Well, I'm at hour 2. This is practice. I'm telling you, I'm doing this for a reason. Now, this King Speaks. I got a little serious about King Speaks when, he get it off his chest with how he really feel. What up, it's your boy King Dow 225 coming at you with another reactionary video. So hit that like, subscribe, become part of the kingdom. This is not a reactionary video. This is another edition of King Speaks. And King took a long time. I'm telling you, a long time. I ruminated on this for a minute, bro. Because this Deion Sanders shit went down almost a month ago. I kept my mouth shut. I soaked it in. Cause I fucks with Deion Sanders. I respect him. But I was truly disappointed. And then the commentary I heard from so many people like O'Shea Duke Jackson. And he said he went to HBCU, but it seems like nobody gets it. And obviously, when Ed Reed does what he does, I love him too. He a Louisiana boy. I double love him. But him trying to shame and embarrass BCU, Bethune-Cookman University like that, bro, it just gets me to realize from all these commentary, all these reactionary videos, that people really don't get it or understand what the fuck is going on. How those boys say in Boys in the Hood, they don't know, they don't show, they just don't care about what's going on in the hood. Yep. These two, Deion Sanders and Ed Reed, which I respect one more than the other. Ed Reed, of course, Louisiana guy. But these two went to PWIs, predominantly white institutes. Yep. Deion Sanders was blessed enough to go to Florida State, and Ed Reed was blessed enough to go to Miami. We're not going to even talk about the shit that Miami used to get into, the negative shit that Miami used to get into back in the day. I ain't no black athlete when they was at them PWIs felt like they had to get on Instagram or in the newspaper and shame their university who paying them under the table. No. They have no thoughts and no opinion on the lowly, poor HBCUs that they chose to ignore. Okay? And I thought about this for years. I'm from Baton Rouge, Louisiana. I'm from Scotland, North Baton Rouge. And I'm playing this video to show why I ain't give a shit about affirmative action anyway. We need to stick to our own, focus on our own. Let that intellect, but we need, like I say, we need a lot of fixes within this community. And I said in this video, like wealthy black people need to start doing what like shout out Tyler Perry. He do what he can and he do what he do. But a lot of y'all Ciroc ass, like I was disappointed in P. Diddy. Like all the time, I'm thinking you own this shit. You basically the spokesperson who getting paid wealthy. And you selling it to who? Us? And now you angry because they don't want to sell it to nobody but us. Like, oh, we make a lot of money just off of them. Why we want to sell it to the other side? They take it for them anyway. Like, bro, y'all here telling us that Diddy owned this shit. That's why we were buying it. Oh, he don't own it. You just a spoke. Oh, we ain't buying that shit. Facts. But it's the wealthy among us. Like I always said, black people are sitting on the most wealth that we have ever had in history and still believe we can't make money with one another. Like the streets should be flooded with schools and businesses from these wealthy black people in black communities. Or you believe a lie that you can't make money, you can't trust your people, you can't fuck with them? Because that's the message they always told young black athletes. Oh, you finally made it to the NBA/NFL/ whatever sport. In order for you to keep your money and protect yourself from ever, you got to leave your friends and your family and your past life. Everybody who got you here, everything they got you here. Shuck that to the side and just trust me and believe. Half the motherfuckers end up broke anyway. Majority of them end up broke anyway. But LeBron James, who I admire 100% off the court, say, fuck that, I'm still bringing my homies with me. As long as they know not to do no fuck shit and get on their grind, like, that's proof that some of us can. Although it might be difficult, it can happen. But that just because you shun your support system or whatever, like you believe like if you give a person $1, it's taking $1 from me. Well, show that man how to make $1. Then both of y'all got $1. But you just let people tell you that, no, bro, that's impossible. You can't do that for those people because they ain't gonna learn all the time making money hand over fist off us. That's literally the yard, the front step, the front porch of Southern University. So, like, I have a different perspective. And I always had a dream, bro, when I was 18, 19. I'm going to make enough money and I'm gonna elevate the SWAC into an equal of SEC. Because I'm an LSU Tiger fan and a Jaguar fan. But I'm like, man, if we was to ever elevate the SWAC to equal to the SEC, man, the SWAC would dominate every damn football game they play because you would reestablish your connection to the real resource, the black athletes. At one point, I'm gonna tell you a story about the one time I got starstruck. The one time I ever been starstruck in my life, I met buku rappers, actresses, actors. The only time I was a 19-year-old young man working at Burger King. Shout out Burger King on College Drive. No, it ain't that no more. But they had a gentleman eating there, eating his dinner, eating his lunch, eating his Whopper with his wife, bro. And my sister-in-law at the time, my brother, baby, mom, seen me. She like, Dad, just go speak, just go speak. I wasn't king back then. Everybody just called me Dad. Dad, just go speak, just go speak. Man, I couldn't go up there. But eventually I got the courage. I'm like, man, I'm sorry. Mr. Robinson. Yeah, Eddie Robinson, the Grambling head coach. All these rappers and superstars. I am starstruck by an old black man and his old white, because the magnitude of what he brought to the community, the NFL, the Hall of Fame players that he put in the NFL, bro, that impressed me more than any rap bar or any, imagination you can portray on screen as an actress, like an actor. Like, man, I have always have a love affair for the HBCU because it represents my community. And I always used to say this, man, y'all think getting a new coach or putting on a new field and it's going to raise ticket sales. It's going to get people to come there. The problem has always been the community. HBCUs are a microcosm of the black community as a whole. If anybody ever noticed these, like, if anybody ever noticed this, LSU, if I go to LSU campus and the surrounding, the land surrounding the campus is thriving with people, businesses, commerce, money, economics, everything. But you go to the surrounding areas of majority of these HBCU communities, it's usually poverty. Okay, but then these elite athletes and these people who think they know everything always want to blame. It's the same thing. And don't get me wrong, again, I am deeply immersed in the problems of the HBCU. I understand. Okay. Everybody who been through Southern campus had the same complaints. And I realized that damn near the complaints that the Southern University, students, alumni have, a lot of the HBCU alumni have. But here's the biggest problem, okay? Everybody always want to dump the issue on the less of us, the lesser of us. Like the poor people, y'all don't go to the games, y'all don't value it. Y'all get, what about the administration? They always stealing. But no one ever, the Deion Sanderses, the Ed Reeds. Let me tell you who the real hero at Jackson State. Not Deion Sanders. It was Travis Hunter, the 5-star athlete who decided to ignore all the PWIs, the Alabamas, the Florida States, the Miamis, the LSU, and go to Jackson State. That's the real superstar, not Deion Sanders. See, I'm less disappointed in Deion Sanders because he showed his colors throughout his career. You know what I'm saying? Must be the money. He was always about the money. He left $40 to Cowboys for the money. Cut the check. I have no issue with that. He told you from jump, I ain't gonna be white man call me, I'm running. I'm gonna go. I'm gonna go. I'm just gonna leave. And it's just weird to me. People don't get that. Would nobody give Deion Sanders a chance? Like, there's no black community or black infrastructure like the white man's infrastructure. They was having a shit fit about Jeff Saturday, who had no coaching experience at all, getting hired immediately as the head coach of the Indianapolis Colts. That happened this year. Deion Sanders had to grind through high school, prove himself. He finally get tapped on the shoulder by HBCU. Wasn't nobody looking at Deion Sanders. It was HBCUs that gave him opportunity. It was Jackson State. And of course, he said, I had to do this, I had to do that. But you, Deion Sanders, now you recognize the disadvantage that these athletes have always been under because of the economic strain that the community around them, that their families come from. They do not have the luxury of going to get to the rich institutions and get pockets full of money under the table by boosters. Ain't no boosters here. And y'all keep blaming the less of us, but the alumni, they used to say at Southern, like, if you want a good job, you can't stay here because most of the jobs are for LSU alumni. You have to go to Texas. Why, anybody ever notice why they have such a large population of Southern University alumni living in the state of Texas right now or Atlanta? Because you get a degree, you don't have jobs, you don't have opportunity. You have to go somewhere else to get jobs and opportunity. The alumni do not donate at the rate of which their white counterparts do. They got something called Tiger Athletic Foundation for LSU Tigers. Anytime they want a new stadium or a new section or something built, this fund, which is a group of alumni, you got to pay a membership fee. You got to whatever they ask you to pay, you got to pay. Basically, the money is there to collect just in case LSU ever needs some structures built or they need some money for something. The institution does not pay for it. In fact, LSU has been known to give money back to the main institution from the athletic fund. That's how much money they generate by alumni constantly, always. But it's money on top of money, funds on top of funds, generational wealth on top of generational wealth. Okay, you go to LSU. It's a network. I'm going to give you a job. We're going to keep this money. And then when LSU needs something, we're going to donate. And then when they build it, they're going to up the ticket price and they're going to charge licensing fees back to the fans. And then they're going to pay us our money back. The HBCUs don't have that kind of infrastructure because I say it again, this is a microcosm of the Black community. They tell us all the time the only way you're going to succeed is you leave these niggas alone. Run from your community, run from your people. That's why I'm upset with Deion Sanders. I'm a little less upset with Ed Reed. He just shamed. You never gonna make changes by trying to shame some old heads. And these administrators, these AGs are our mother's age. These are our mother generation. I would say, man, we gotta push them out if we're gonna really make real change because they stuck in their old status quo ways, and we just gonna keep it the way it was because we proud. But so far often, a black person would get successful and start tooting their nose up their own people where they come from because they believe what the lies that the non-FBA wants to take. You ain't gonna keep it. All the while, now FBA steal from you and jack you the whole time. They tell you you can't trust your people, you can't trust your community. So we don't put back into our communities. We run from them. We don't put up businesses in our community. We run from them. And then when y'all motherfucking Deion Sanders and Ed Reed, who didn't care when your ass was in college, you didn't give a fuck when you was playing, when you was donating millions to your institution. How the lowly HBCUs, Keyshawn Johnson got on that stage, got on TV and said he never even heard of an HBCU. He from California. He went to USC. Like, how can we build anything, establish anything when you don't even give a fuck about your own shit? And then when you finally get an opportunity to do something, improve your own, you embarrass and shame and run off. Okay? This is what pissed me off. Look at all the communities around these HBCUs and tell me the same thing. If you don't see the same thing I see, poverty, shitty schools, no businesses. And all the elites and people with money just go make their money, say, fuck y'all, get it how you live, get it out the mud, down, build no businesses. But it's weird though. Y'all always be hollering niggas ain't shit, niggas just they don't do
Boy,
nothing.
I'm running.
That's not what the white man do. Regardless if they hate each other, but we still gonna, cause I need him to make my money right. Okay, we gonna build our community. We do this. We gonna do this. I'm not gonna take my money and leave and expect that I'm gonna get something back in return. No, you don't abandon something you want to establish. Somebody, I like, man, Deion Sanders had he was on a trajectory to build a legacy that was going to make him a king amongst men and a king amongst black people, the community. Man, if Deion Sanders would have stayed there for 10 years and built this institution with a real juggernaut over extended period of time, now I'm taking games against Nick Saban, I'm getting more and more 5-star recruits. Nice. Is bleeding off into the rest of the swag. Now they getting 5-star recruits. Now they getting more television time. Now they generating money to affect the community around them. Now they getting money to do this and do that. You complaining about poor people being poor, but you expect only the poor people to fix it. not the rich. We can't rely on, like, we can't say like to much is given, much is received. You know what I'm saying? Like we don't do that. We don't say, but it isn't the job, the successful, the well-to-do to give back and to build, not give away no motherfucking turkeys. No. I've said this on many of videos. There's too many black billionaires out here right now for not to have a Lil Wayne middle school or Jay-Z high school or Kanye West elementary. And them just rappers. LeBron James did it, but that's his school, but that's not really his school. I'm talking about like grocery stores around Southern University. They literally is designated a food desert. No grocery stores. You literally have to go across Baker, Zachary, like in the white neighborhoods to go to a real grocery store. They got buku dollar stores. Y'all, and they didn't convince y'all that you can't make no money. But all the Arabs and the Vietnamese and the dollar stores and all them making money though. Yo. All them making money in your community. But you can't see the forest for the trees. Y'all just sit there and critique, and don't get me wrong. The old establishment of our community are fucked up. Maybe they just didn't know no better. Maybe that's how they feel like they need to progress. I always said the only way we make progress, we got to get these aunties and uncles out the way. Not like off them, but I'm like, let's stand down, step down. We in charge now. This is how we gonna do it. I remember they had a rumor when I was in school, not school when I was younger, that Bill Cosby, and I know y'all don't really like Bill Cosby. Oh, because it's just a mind state, the mind frame. You got to as soon as possible. Next thing you know, people looking like, I gave you $10 million. Ain't nothing but $5 million here. Hanging out the back door. So much. I say he is the greatest athlete off the court. Michael Jordan is a great athlete on the court. Because for all right. Let me start deleting some of these videos I react to already. If you ain't see it, go look at the beginning. Yeah. Let me see this one again. Damn. YouTube. You double clicked. You moved. We got to a grasshopper. That ain't gonna never improve that shit because they like black people being poor. That was back on that eminent shit. The eminent shit. That's another harbinger of doom when the eminence come in your face telling you about the patriarchy. My opinion on patriarchy is, what the hell a black man got to do with this shit? Because although y'all hate when we bring up slavery, facts are facts. When we were slaves, we were chattel. You and your husband were ABC using us, Exley using us, abusing us, ABC using us. Y'all, and you were profited off the shit he was doing. You were. Now you come around here with your Harvard Doom screeching ass voice telling our women that we just like your husband, the enslaver and the colonizer. Look, he angry. He's a man. He's a man. Yeah, my man ain't your man, is what the black woman's supposed to have said. Like, don't come around here with that shit, bitch. Fuck out of here. That's what she should have said. Because I still got a problem with how you both treated us. Us. You know, because y'all, this is another thing. I talked about Margaret Sanger and, Planned Parenthood. one of them Harbingers of Doom that I was talking about. I'm going to talk about Susan B. Anthony, another Harbinger of Doom. I'm like, man, these motherfuckers be aging out here pushing their husband's message, talking about patriarchy and shit. Fuck out of here. Okay, because when the Eminence movement first started, they ain't want one of the Ain't I a Black Woman. Y'all heard of Sojourner Truth. She ain't want her to speak. Like, oh my God. What isn't she like a former slave? She isn't one of us. Really? Even they knew we had two different issues. But y'all like to push this, and I'm gonna play it for you. This ain't I a woman speech, but I always reconfigure history to leave out the part where y'all ain't want her even there. I just want to use her for your message and for her to shut the fuck up, be seen, and go on about her goddamn business. But Black women being Black women said, fuck it, I'm gonna speak my piece. I commend Black women for being who they are. Not masculine, of course, but fiery. I love a good Black fiery woman. You know, Harriet Tubman. Like, Black women did some shit. But they also fall victim to the bullshit quickly. But sometimes it's easier to give in than to fight. How many women really would be Harriet Tubman? How many women really would be Sojourner Truth? Now you can say you would, but you really wouldn't when you in the shit, when you in it. But let's get to this speech of Ain't I a Woman? You know, this is what the eminence movement love to use again, but they fail to mention the fact that they ain't want to include the Black woman. And like I said, Dr. Frances Cressy, West Crest, I'm saying her name wrong. I ain't gonna say the Black women name. They said Black women abandoned the community to fight for the rights of eminence in that bullshit Harbinger talk. Like, that shit ain't had nothing to do with us. They had a Muslim lady recently just said that y'all fell for this shit. Y'all fell for the okie doke. They came out here, we ran their aid, act like it did for everybody. No, because it didn't affect their community like it affected ours. That 26% I showed you of female-led homes, yeah. So one lady convinced the Black population to, off the chillings, and the other lady convinced you that you so independent that you don't need a man. All the while still sticking with her man. You're not competition to her. She's competing with her man. They still with they husbands. Well, we got 26%, got 27% married and 26% female-led home. And only 6% of male-led homes, parent homes. Even the numbers show that the children of those 6% does just as good as the children with both parents in the home. So that means I'm saying is the 6% was family-led homes with single parent, father-led homes with a child, 6%. Female-led homes with a child, 26%. Married couples, 27% with kids, okay? The 6% and the 27% kids are equal, meaning they're less likely to go to jail, do fuck shit, graduate from school than the child who's just led by their mama. But you let this harbinger doom convince you that you had a problem. Yeah, we have problems within our community we could have fixed, but I don't need the motherfucker who helped them create problems in my community come with this bullshit that they act like they helping us. No, I don't believe it. I don't believe it. Fuck out of here with that shit. So they didn't convince y'all, the eminence movement, that your men was a problem. Even though we had problems, you should have really sat down and thought about the problems that we have and solutions for those problems internally. But no, you let them trick you out your position. This is a speech I will bring up.
Well, children, where there is so much racket, there must be something out of kilter. I think that twixt the Negroes of the South and the women at the North all talking about rights, the white man will be in a fix pretty soon. But what's all this here talking about? That man over there says that women need to be helped into carriages and lifted over ditches and to have the best place everywhere. Nobody ever helps me into carriages or mud or gives me any best place.
Different relationships.
And ain't I a woman? Look at me. Look at my arm. I have plowed and planted and gathered into barns, and no man could head me. And ain't I a woman? I could work as much and eat as much as a man when I could get it, and bear the lash as well. And ain't I a woman?
Relationships.
I have borne 13 children and seen most all sold off to slavery. And when I cried out with my mother's grief, none but Jesus heard me. And ain't I a woman? Then they talk about this thing. What's this they call it? That's it, honey. What's that? That's it, honey. About this ahead. What's this they call it? That's it, honey.
Damn it.
Talk about this thing in the head. What's this they call it? That's it, honey. What's that got to do with women's rights or Negro rights? If my cup won't hold but a pint and yours holds a quart, wouldn't you be mean not to let me have my little half measure full? When that little man in black there, he says women can't have as much rights as men because Christ wasn't a woman. Where did your Christ come from? Where did your Christ come from? From God and a woman. Man had nothing to do with him.
Yeah, I see why them eminence love using this. Yeah, I see where it came from. I ain't feeling this shit at all, if I'm be honest. This sounds like some ultra modern day feminist shit. Everything she talking about was caused by somebody without the community. From outside the community. Those atrocities that happened to her, the lashes, the 13 kids that got pulled away from her, they ain't happened from the black man that you seem like you despise. It's the ones you ask for help that did it. Who profited off the selling of your children? He did and she did. And you let her convince you that she cared about you. Fucking harbingers of doom.
first woman God ever made, was strong enough to turn the world upside down all alone. These women together ought to be able to turn it back and get it right side up again. And now they is asking to do it. The men better let them. Obliged to you for hearing me. And now old Sojourner ain't got nothing more to say.
Yeah, I ain't like that shit at all. I heard it, but now I really hear it. I got the headphones on. Yeah, I see why we could be so led astray by thinking people is really here for our help, for to help us. That was real trash, I'm being honest. It was a moving speech, yeah. Like, oh, okay, I see it now. That's why they always promoting this shit and pushing it, even though they ain't want to include your black ass. Every atrocity she spoke of, the person who helping us, profited off it, and probably masterminded. Harbingers of doom, telling you. Anytime they come to the community talking about their opinion, from just scamming things to Margaret Sanger to Susan B. Anthony, it's harbinger of doom, meaning destruction is coming for your community. I even said Hillary Clinton with her super predator, and Nancy Reagan with her war on drugs, just say no. Like, why are my people like this? Ask why. Analyze it, man. Look at it deeper than what people are fucking telling you. Who are these people telling you this shit? I always have lack of trust of people come inform me of shit. Man, I got something to tell you, bro. Man, listen, such like why the fuck this nigga telling me this shit? What's his purpose? Why he doing this? You got ulterior motive? Maybe I'm suspicious. I'm gonna go to the next video before I go to the last thing, because it's almost 3 hours now. You know, the last article that's gonna wrap this shit up. But we about to go to this video that Tyrion Rain made. He's reacting to the Amazing Lucas
collab. Rob, how are you doing?
I fuck with the Amazing Lucas too. I like him, even though he a former conservative. I feel as though you ain't gotta be you ain't gotta agree with everything I say or believe, as long as you agree and believe with the improvement of the community. I ain't gotta like you. I ain't gotta support you. Well, I'm gonna support you if I like you. I mean, maybe, I don't know. But I know Amazing Lucas is a reformed Republican, anti, Highs Twins, Officer Tatum, Black Conservative Perspective, Candace Owens, Thomas Sowell, self-haters. And they wrap the self-hate, they wrap good intentions up. I'm just doing what's best, the good around good intentions. Like, I'm just don't think what I'm doing is right. But I know Amazing Lucas is a former one of them. But he's saying something that this is where the alarming part coming in. Okay. It says, how long do we really have left? I wish I had a video. I don't know which one it is. I have two of them up there, but I ain't playing both of them, especially that 52-minute one. King speaks FBAs versus non-FBAs. I think that's why I talk about it. I might play it a little bit. Why I said, bro, I told y'all about the population. Margaret Sanger, and how population has stayed come see, come side, mediocre. We build in inches. Some of these people building in feet and miles. And as they building, They got their own ideals, their own beliefs. And they talk about this brotherhood and coalition of POC bullshit. But everybody out for self. As their population grows and ours dwindle, I've said this on many occasions to my homie. I'm like, y'all don't believe the Constitution works for the people in power. You're going to see when the people in power shift, how fucking quick that Constitution going to work for those same. I'm like, man, I agree with you. But when you see the people who got the population to dictate the vote and then to get the elected officials they want, that's why black people need to go to 100 million population status. Black people need to be concerned with the border and immigration. That's the shit that we need to be worried about. Self-preservation. Because these people's not going to vote your interest. I ain't just talking about Mexicans. We got to prove the Asians won't. And we already know how some Africans feel about African Americans. So they won't either. So they ain't just Mexicans. Y'all like to think I believe that. It be the Middle Easterns too. All them gonna vote Republicans. Still lining with the people that's gonna backstab the fuck out you. Look at Florida. I told my homeboy, man, that law in Florida should be law of the land. You're not legal. You can't work here. Sorry. I don't give a fuck. You taking money from hardworking Americans. Y'all push this narrative that black people don't like to work. They lazy. No. See, y'all running that 3-card money too. I done said this shit before. I think it's in that FBA shit. Like, y'all push this narrative out that black people are lazy. You know, but the illegal immigrants come here and work for 50 cents on the dollar under the table. And the same people who be in public talking about some, oh, I care about the American people in the border wall, be the same ones who employ them under the table. All the while pushing the message that black people too lazy and don't work these jobs. Nah, we can't compete and we will not work for 50 cents on a dollar. Now, I'm all for you coming over here and you legal and you get the same pay that's expected of an American citizen. So you won't undercut the market that directly affects my goddamn community. Now the voting, they say in a minute that the majority of the country will not be white. They already, I think it's going to benefit black people, the fact that they have a agenda. Listen where they putting these busing and flying these, illegals to communities of color to dilute the black vote. They're not gonna vote what we vote. This about voting power, people, population, immigration. Y'all can't see the power play. We don't wake up and see it too, bro, and appreciate and recognize the power that we do have. How much people want to eat off us and emulate us and be us and despise us because of it. Love, you hate a person because you love them so much. And we just disinterested. We want to help when we can. They're not going to help us. They don't care because they already think we're a bunch of lazy criminal bums. So when I even heard they gonna change the law to allow immigrants, I ain't talking about citizens, to vote. Like, what part of the Constitution is that? Like, what part of the game is that? Voting Rights Act, huh? Voting Rights Act, right? Like we go to the polls after we got the right to vote. They still was hanging us and threatening us and shooting us. How dare your black ass come up here and register to vote? I goddamn you. Don't appreciate it or acknowledge it at all. Like fucking get over it. Oh my God, that was so long ago. Nigga, that was the 60s. Fuck is you talking about? We make it better for others and then they come disrespect us. I mean, it is actively trying to replace the black vote in both parties, which I think, I've always said this, they do shit, they don't understand that they create their own demise. So it's going to be a stalemate. I don't fear any of this. None of this. This is going to be a stalemate. If you push all the black votes out of the Democratic Party and the Republican Party, you still going to need a motherfucking tiebreaker. And that's where my people going to come in. Now, what you got for me over here on this side, and what you got for me over here on this side, I don't want to hear none of this shit. I'm going to go over there on that side. Oh, you ain't did what you said? All right, we got you next time. I'm going on this side. Stop showing this faulty ass loyalty to this party that's led by a bunch of harbingers of doom, the Democratic Party. All black people should be independent. Do it now. Do it right now. But I'm gonna play this video with how amazing thing. I mean, the amazing Lucas, Tarian Rain, and Black Light Revelations 2 react to it. And this is shit I've been saying. Like we need to repair the relationship with Africa, link up with them, do our commerce and business directly, with them, build our population up so we can have voting power and say so in decision-making process. Stop taking these goddamn scraps and thinking you done did something. You could do more. We all can. Stop believing the lies about each other, or else we fucking don't. Let's get to it. I ain't gonna play this whole thing because I'm about to wrap it up. Y'all want to see the whole thing? Go see the whole thing.
Doing good, bro. Ready to get into this. I'm interested to see amazing Lucas quotes.
Inherently different from the propaganda and the stereotypes that have been plagued against Black Americans that are still being perpetuated today. Now, I say that to say this, and that is, I very much know the Republican side. I was born conservative, grew up Republican, and I very much know the Democrat side, okay? The only way you can actually be a staunch and actual good Republican and conservative is, in fact, know everything about the other side. Whether it's, to steel man your arguments, whether it's, certain policy and the devil being in the details, whether it's to issues and complaints and grievances, whether it's knowing what's going on in CNN and how they're manipulating the truth and whatnot. So I see it from both sides. And from both sides are anti-Black. It just is. It is what it is. And I stand by my recent statement of that, Black Americans presently have it way worse than our ancestors. I stand by that because you have to take into account. I understand you may think of Jim Crow, you may think of segregation, you may think of lynchings and whatnot. It's not so black and white. When our ancestors were present, when they were living on this country, they knew who their enemies were because their enemies were pretty blatant with it. They were overtly, anti-Black with it to the point where you can be in certain neighborhoods, not because you didn't feel unsafe, because it was the law. Okay, that's night and day from how it is being experienced today, because many are under the illusion of the inclusion, as Paul Mooney would say, and that
many of you, like I truly believe, like you can make friends with individuals, but the whole don't give a fuck about you. Wake up and give a fuck about your own. I'm speaking to the divestors. I'm speaking to everybody. Like, you can I'm not saying don't stop helping people or being a good influence. That's the good part of us. But stop believing the lies about yourself, like the self-hate, the anti-blackness, all that. Like, whoa, miss me with that shit. Read a book, look deeper. Why are these people like this? I'm gonna tell you, my biggest enemy is not no Caucasian man. Even though a lot of the problems that we have are caused by him. My biggest enemy is poverty, because I know what it is. I always said, man, if the 50 million of us, the B1 community, I would make an average of $250,000 a year, and not double the poverty rate than the rest of the country. Man, that would improve so much shit. But not just to America, but specifically my community. Like, people want to believe that all they gonna do is buy Jordans and bullshit. Yeah, for a period. Because they're gonna be acting like a nigga that ain't never had shit. But then when they realize I got shit, they're gonna start thinking differently and behaving differently and acting differently. Crime will drop tremendously. These government programs that y'all always complaining about, we wouldn't be on this shit like talking about. That's my people's biggest enemy. Cause a lot of strife and trauma and bullshit and jail cells and dope boys. Like, go to school. Well, the Asian community made sure we have less opportunities to go to schools that we had to fight to get to in the first place. And then we got there, we made it, better for them to be able to get there. And then tell us, you seen the chart that Brother Field pulled up? Like, we got less school. They got double the amount of students in the school that he complained about than black people, or even Mexicans. But you're not arguing with the fact that the white people are getting there who don't deserve it just because people got money. You ain't attacking that though. But we talk about this ally shit. Fuck out of here with that shit. You got to prove your loyalty to me before I give you mine. I don't hand out loyalty. I give out respect freely. I don't give out no fucking loyalty. Especially when it comes to my community. That's what I'm loyal to. Let's continue with Lucas saying. I'm telling you, bro, this population about to shift. They don't think how you think. They don't feel how you feel. Again, you can make friends with individuals. But as a whole, no. They move different. We move different. They got their own agenda. So don't think when they get up there, they ain't gonna treat you the same as the people who was there before them.
That black and white is now grayed out. It's now blurred. Now you have people who are fronting as friends. Now you have people under the guise of, hey, I'm just here to help. How they have helped, and I'm speaking of Democrats and Republicans, is to either to erase your identity, which is what the Republicans do, whereas, well, you're no longer black, you're an American. And it's like, that doesn't help me if black American problems exclusive to that group, given our exclusive relationship with this country. So it doesn't help to just eradicate my identity if my identity is attached with the problems that I experience, in this country. And then you have the other side, the Democrats, who tend to group you in, people of color, BIPOC, things of that. And they do that in order to, once again, do the same thing the Republicans do, which is a form of erasing who you are.
Yep.
What's the point of having affirmative action if it doesn't exclusively help black Americans, if it's not exclusively for black Americans, okay? Not everyone in this country experiences what black Americans experience.
Yep.
One thing they love quoting, especially on the Republican side, is MLK. MLK says that, hey, I don't want to bastardize the quote, but essentially, hey, a great wrong has been done to a group of people. That means a great, justice must be done. There has to be recompense for what the country has done to us as a people. I think that the left don't care and the right surely don't care. And that's what I've seen in my deep dive into this political structure. And based off of, you know, the patterns that I'm seeing, and the best way to determine the future is to look at the present and the past, okay? To look at, hey, have there been any pattern changes in what's going on? Have there been any behavioral changes in as a group? And the answer is no. So based off of my analysis, I would argue that Black Americans have at least, okay, maybe less, but at least 5 years until we are politically irrelevant.
Yep.
Now, to those of y'all watching, this is probably the longest that we've gone before we pause the video to give our critique on anything.
Right.
And that's saying something, because he really hasn't said anything that really like jumped out at us to say, oh, he was wrong on that part. And it's funny that that happened too, because, and I'm glad we're doing this today, because just yesterday,
man, let me pause this shit.
80% and higher. It never really ever went below 80%.
And
I think the highest I saw was 90, but then it went back to 80, and I think that was the only fluctuation.
He talking about, you go see the whole video. He talking about Black people voting patterns for the Democrats since the 60s. 80-90% we vote Democrat. We need to stop that shit, bro. We shouldn't give a fuck if they lose. They lose all the time. But I need to know, I need for them to see this time that 80% of Black vote that they always feel like they gonna guarantee jump down to 55%. A guaranteed loss. Yeah, it's gonna fast forward them trying to replace us with, you know, immigrants. But again, they're gonna cancel each other out. And it's gonna be us standing there remembering all the shit, all the disloyalty, all the fake ass partnerships and fake ass coalitions. And then we're gonna be like, okay, what's in it for me? Specifically me. Because it seems like Black people are ashamed to ask for something specifically for them. Okay, well, yeah, okay, well, I guess you're right. He is, you know, kind of, sort of, you know, going through something too. So I guess no, fuck out of here. No, they're for us. It's my piece of chicken. I ain't sharing no one piece of chicken with nobody else. Fuck, go get your own chicken. It's an analogy. Oh, bad one though.
It had was that 90 back to 80 something, and it just kind of stayed that way, while every other groups, literally, if you look at the chart, it's constantly moving back and forth like a seesaw, while ours just kind of stays like a balanced scale.
Yeah, there's no volatility. There's no guesswork involved. I hate to use this as an analogy, but you know, actually, I'm not gonna use. I would do it on my channel, but I don't want to disrespect your platform. And when you see groups in artificial, and that kind of stuff takes study. Let me ask you a question.
I'm trying to go with Lucas talking.
That's
you won't hear them talking, even though they speaking game too. You go
channels got about 200,000. He debunk what he's talking about as far as Black people not understanding politics, and then you know, talking about people who are.
All right, I'm going too fast. I'm gonna check this now before I end this on my last video. Find that shit. Black warehouse workers. Oh yeah, I remember this. This shit. I'm talking about the correlation, that POC bullshit that they be selling us on, like we all friends, kumbaya. Like, I'm telling you, bro, collectively, they don't give a fuck about you. Start giving a fuck about you. Stop thinking they're gonna help you when they get where they want to. They're gonna still think like, damn, nigga, you lazy. You should have got here too. Fuck, I look like help you. Let me delete this shit. I might even drop the on the reactionary videos I'm about to do. This video about supporting black commerce. All right, let's play this shit. In this video, I talk about this fake ass coalition they be talking about, this people of color shit. Like we all kumbaya hand in hand, when this could be furthest from the truth. Because when they get a little power, they really show their ass and show you how they really feel about you. Like they had the highest discrimination or cases in California, I think, where people go and file discrimination charges. Black people against Mexican-led businesses. I mean, they totally abusing it and mistreating. Like you come into this country with the guise of I work, sir, for cheap. Then you becoming a citizen and you legal now. And now you giving the jobs that you claim that you'll work for cheap now to the same people that y'all saying it's too lazy to work. Because in these factories, the black people's complaining about they treating us wrong, they saying the N-word. I'm qualified to run the forklift. They don't want to let me run the forklift. They forcing me to sweep and dump trash and shit. I thought that what you came over here and said you was gonna be good at doing. But you get a little power. And you like, we're gonna use them niggas too. We're gonna use them niggas too. Just like the white man taught us. Because the white man is our friend. He would never betray us. I thought y'all was mad at him because he stole y'all land, though. That's what I keep hearing. That's what I thought. You know, I'm in Texas right now. I'm like, man, this rightfully belong to us. Man, but you lost, though. Fuck out of here. What you talking about? This is our land. So, from time to time, I stroll across my timeline and I come across some gold mine content. Today was trending was FBAs. Then I clicked on it was FBAs versus non-FBA. And this was the tweet that sparked the firestorm. America will be better off if non-FBAs quickly replace FBAs in the next few decades. And the response to clearly FBA is the hate is real. And I have covered this on so many videos. How I am B1 first and foremost. I'm not I don't view myself. I identify as man, don't get it twisted. But somebody asked me, what are you? And the first thing gonna come out of my mouth is black, then man. Get it? See, I never will side with a white man over a black woman. I'm gonna get it twisted. I'm gonna side with right, whether it's a white woman, white man, or black woman, regardless. But if they equal, I'm gonna go with the black. So when I say I'm B1, I'm literally like you looking at B1. B1. Like little walking, not a dude who out here trying to make money, exploit, and use and silently hate. Not a dude like B1 all day, bro. They used to say, man, yo, racism is very sensitive, like any slight actions in real life. God damn, like might be, man, I'm calling your ass on it. Let's get to the tweaks. Cause like y'all think I only got heat for, police and Karens and white folks. Nah, I got heat for anybody who comes from my motherfucking community. I done said that about Africans and African immigrants and how they view us and how they toot their nose down at us. And it's been like that since I'm 43. I had a Nigerian a Nigerian neighbor when I was 9. Like he was a daddy, and I was like friends with his son, and you could tell then how they feel about African Americans. Then I told stories about my time as a bootlegger in the streets of Baton Rouge. You know, you always had the best locations was in front of stores because a lot of people come to the store, a lot of people. So you build relationships with these Iranians, the Iraqis, the Pakistanians, the Chinese people, and you see how they laugh and talk and disrespect. And don't get me wrong, yeah, we can act up, black folks, but I'm telling you, from what I've seen, I'm talking about like relationships where they'll let me go to the back room, stole my shit. I could have been stealing and jacking them for all. Nah, I don't fuck with people's shit. See, I keep telling y'all, this is not just. I always see this narrative from a lot of the people I know, because they think like, oh, King, you just ain't never left Baton Rouge. I'm like, granted, you might be right. You need to expand your horizons. I don't know what I need to expand though. I don't know. Okay. I'm such an analytical person. I don't put people in black and white. I always gauge out for percentages. So it might be like a 65% rate that somebody gonna do something. It's still 35% of those people are good, decent, with and I mean that includes white people. It could be like 35% of y'all in y'all soul and spirit hate what the fuck happened to my people. Even the percentage that will actively go out of their way to help and truly help. But it's that 65%, which would make it the majority of you, that's problematic. I could be friends with Mexicans personally. I don't judge, like I'm from Louisiana. I'm more open-minded than you fucking think. Like, imagine going to school with nothing but Confederate flags. You're not desensitized to it. You just learn how to navigate and deal with it. Like, as long as you don't open your fucking mouth and say nothing to me, you can wear all the fucking Confederate flag shirts you want. It's a free country. I'm not gonna come up there and be like, I'm gonna kick your ass because you win. You clearly not a person who's been around. You close-minded. That man has a freedom of expression. I just don't want you to motherfucking knock my freedom of expression when I wear Black Lives Matter. Ha! Black Lives Matter is a con. It is not, because you got your ass in the middle of it. Another harbinger of doom. And you can fist black women again. How many times I got to connect these dots? That you are being helpful to them by giving them money and telling them buy that dumb shit. Yeah, you know, it's okay. You can buy it. All the while, knowing full well what it was going to do. Because you got opera research on these black folk. You know how they're going to move and behave once you press certain buttons. Now, in this video, again, we talk about this ally shit. This coalition, this brotherhood. We together. We together until we ain't. Till you don't need my ass. Then once you got what you got, you back on that nigga, get it on your own bullshit. Oh, these people don't want to work. bad accent. We don't do shit like that. We don't sit around the community think about what the fuck you doing with your shit until you come over here fucking with us. Like I'm out for, what the Statue of Liberty represent. Tired huddle masses bullshit. I'm all for that. But you gotta come over here and be legal. Y'all know what happened to them Haitians on the border? Weird. They flew the motherfuckers out of here. Ain't heard of them again. But this influx of illegals that directly affect the economy of my community, I can tell you. Like my brother, my cousin is in construction. He lays flooring. And they go by the square footage. And you get old party of them. I'm working by myself. I always say, man, bro, you got to mentor some of these dudes out here so you can pass on your skills so you can have you some laborers that happen to be the same skin tone. They got a skill now. So they come, we do it 50 cents square foot. Like, what the fuck? Who gonna live off of that? But in there, the other black folks lazy. I give them their props. They're gonna do it quickly. That might be another issue. It's like a lot of problems we have is internal problems that we can repair. You need to learn to be a more professional and better business owner as a whole. Like again, I'm saying percentages. Not saying they don't have no excellent ass black owned businesses out there, top of the line, top notch. But the stigma that y'all good businesses face by the shit ones is percentages. Might be 30% good businesses, 7% niggas that's gonna con you, ain't gonna get the job done what they say. Like, might even steal from you. I acknowledge all that. This facts. But I ain't nobody moving for 50 cents on this. Nah, bro. The lowest I could charge you is $125, and I'm fucking cutting my feet off. You want me to go 75%? Y'all don't know that shit adds up. That's like a $8,000 job to $1,500. Like, come on, bro. Man, I wish he'd have got on here. He'd have told you himself. I sent him an invite, but I guess I ain't see it yet. He'd have told you himself out of his own mouth. And that's just one of the many occasions. Then I ain't mad at them. They do what they supposed to do. Just what the Asians was supposed to do, like to protect their interests. They're gonna do what they build their own construction companies, hire each other. They do what they're supposed to do. We not. And that's what I'm telling you how we're gonna be doing. We better start. Stop listening to lies and say we can't. When in all actuality we can, they just don't want us to. And you believe it. Let's continue of how FBAs, which is Foundational Black Americans, or ADOS, African Descendants of Slaves, Americans Descendants of Slaves, or whatever it is, or freedmen, or whatever you want to call us. See, we ain't want no we want to be called or referred to. Against the blacks that's immigrants, are totally. When we talk about immigrants, we're not just talking about blacks. All these immigrants got fucked up ideas about us within this community. I'm talking about all of them. I said this before. I'm like, it's weird to me. All y'all look down on us. You got the Asian that owned the store. Shout out little Natasha, Tupac. Now they don't own the store no more. They leasing it to the Middle Easterners. They got fucked up ideas and thoughts and treating us bad, these corner stores. And then they hire illegal Mexicans. I'm telling you shit I done seen with my own eyes. Like, bro, this chicken don't taste nothing like the chicken tasted when you had that old ass black one back there. Now you got people that look at you crazy when you speaking English in your community, looking at you like you a lazy ass nigga. Like, bro. I knew it was gonna be a problem when all these goddamn commercials was just in Spanish. I said this like years ago. I'm like, bro, you don't see what the problem is? There's a power shift happening, and they don't view you like you think they do. They view you almost as much as despisable as the people before them who probably had the power to do it too. All the shit they did to you. And people are like, man, them niggers. Like, that's one thing about me. I ain't fucking with your shit. So I'm seeing how they interactions with my people. Like I had in the video the other day, I went to the store around the corner and the Iranian cashier getting into it with a black customer because he short a quarter. And in my mind, I'm like, he mad disrespectful. He even said the N-word. No, he didn't say the N-word then. He wasn't talking to that customer. I'm like, yeah, I understand you get perturbed with, like, if you get 100, 1,000 customers, because that's how frequent black people frequent these stores. You get 1,000, 2,000 customers a day, and you might get 5, 6 on some bullshit. And I understand that you might get tired, but I know the truth because I used to work in y'all stores, and I know you get majority of your product from, and how much you fucking, how high you market. Like these same black people went to, say, a dollar store, which it don't be in there because I done had these videos talking about how y'all buy these stolen products. You know, oh, can you snitch? You buy these stolen products that these people in the hood get out of the fucking dollar stores and Family Dollar. Well, there's no more of these products in the dollar store. Then you come in your store and they happen to appear on your shelves for 3 times the price. So basically, I'm paying more to you. So fuck that quarter. Let me get back on the store. So he's like, man, I'm tired of y'all coming at me here being short. So another black dude standing by him, threw the quarter on the counter and say, man, shut the fuck up talking to that man like that. Fuck you, nigga. Fuck you, nigga. I'm like, cuz I ain't coming back here to spend no more money. I ain't fuck that. I ain't gotta fight a nigga. I ain't gotta go get my gun and shoot him. But just know it's on me. I just ain't gotta spend my motherfucking money here no more. Like straight up. Fuck that. That's how I be feeling. There's just so many instances where, like, you disrespect this old black lady, you disrespect these children. Now, if they daddy come up here and blow y'all motherfuckers away, and then leave you talking your language and laughing and shit, looking over at me, thinking I'm picking up what you saying. Bitch, I done figured it out from the get-green. Then you go to these stores. This how fucked up it is. Oh, you can't make no money in the black community. Why the fuck does they hit it? And majority of they fucking, I'm about to go on a long rant. And a majority of your motherfucking employees be fucking illegal immigrants. Ungrateful. Should owe a debt of gratitude to FBAs in their fight for rights. We enhance the world in our fight for rights. So remember that when y'all come down here or come in here and toot your nose up at black people, like, oh my God, slavery is so long. Why the fuck is you fleeing your country? Well, what your country doing? I'll wait. Africa's rich. Man, you talking about this. The scam capital of the world. That's what you talking about? That's what you talking about? Okay. Let's go to these tweets. I'm B1. Like, I'm unapologetic B1. Like, fuck that. I feel for so long. That's the problem. That's why they don't respect us. We always try to fit in and tell everybody, let everybody else dictate to us how we should be, and how we should feel, and what we should say, and how we should speak. Fuck that. I always hated that shit. I'm a highly intelligent black person, black man, very empathetic and caring to my people. But like, fuck that. Like, you know, in the hood, sometimes you just can't be nice. Fuck that, man. Be yourself, black people. Let's get some of these tweets. Tariq Nasheed on the case. African immigrants are on Clubhouse talking about getting guns to target black niggas from the hood. Bitch, I wish you would. Boy, I wish you would. I wish you fucking would. Man. Say, bro, like, how you go? Like, FBAs will shoot FBAs. They don't give a fuck. You think you gonna blend in? Man, y'all better stop, bro. Let's hear what this shit saying.
Topic: Africans need protection from Black Americans. Okay, I was not in the room. I just got back, but I'm not.
Now, this not no Mexican. This not no Iranian. This not no Middle Eastern. This not no white immigrant. This is an African immigrant. And I've said this on many occasions. I understand. I recognize why y'all feel the way y'all do about us, because the media. Like, we a bunch of criminals with us. We incorrigible. We ain't. I've heard rumors that you come in, they tell you don't fuck with these people because they the worst. The media done fucked up our ideas on you. They kept us separated. Why? Ask yourself why. Oh, these people over there, they diseased. They live in dirt floors and huts. They bellies is big and they bodies is skinny because they diseased. Oh, I bet you don't even know. And this is facts. Like, when you give blood, they tell you, okay, you go to Africa. You come back, you can't get blood no more. Why? Like, that's another thing that people don't understand that people of poverty do. The plasma centers. Oh yeah, they say you go to Africa, you can't get no blood no more. They treat you like you got HIV. Yeah, I'm telling you.
Not hearing this topic. This is
Allegedly, I'm gonna put it allegedly, just in case a possibility. I don't like putting myself in a corner. I could be wrong. Maybe I'm misremembering, but that's what I heard. That's what I said. It's like a paper they had. Did you? Because they used to ask you questions before you donate. Have you went to any African countries lately? And if you say yeah, they'll reject your ass. The 2 + 2 = 4, right?
Let's talk about that, okay? Who wants to talk about this topic?
And this is what hurts me even more when it comes from Africans. Because nigga, when they see you, they don't see no African. Okay? You can try that American shit we pulled around the country, like that they hear our American accent, they won't treat us like Africans. Okay? But they'll hear your African accent and you still a nigga. So you can think that you making allies with people like that's the good black folk that we want here. Okay, say we out of here. We not a problem no more. You gonna be the problem then. And then you ain't gonna have no goddamn allies because you turn your back on your own skin tone. Like, there's still black people here. We don't want. You think niggas gonna go away? When you think niggas go away, you gonna be the nigga then. Nigga? I don't even like when Africans say the word nigga. 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 Oh, you sound just like Mr. White folk over here. Because that's the same word. You using the same way. You niggas. You don't want to work. You nigga. Nigerian. Like I had that again. Like people you think, oh man, you don't know what you're talking about. I had a Nigerian neighbor growing up. People don't be knowing my life. Like I had conversations with all different types of people from all around the world. And think, oh man, you just from Baton Rouge, from Louisiana, you don't know no better. Your brain is small. Again, I do in percentages. I know it's a large population of Africans don't feel that way or smart enough to realize the bullshit that's being projected. Like that's your brother. You on some Cain neighbor shit on the slick. If anybody have a problem with us, amongst us, it should be us having a problem with your African captain selling them in the bondage ass. Didn't come over here and rescue us. Now you over here after we done suffered and sacrificed and built this country to where it was, just like these other immigrants on some disrespectful shit. Again, I don't hold back. I'm not this. See how unracist I am. I don't discriminate. Oh, you just talking about white people? That's racist. Oh, well, you talking about Mexicans, immigrants? That's racist. Oh, they ain't all immigrants. Oh, what you gonna say now? I'm talking about Africans now and other non-FBAs who come over here, the Cardi B's and these African islands and fucking make destructive ass music. This gangster rap. Gangster rap ain't the problem no more. It's stripper rap. And half of these stripper hoes come from other countries. Them the twerking bitches now. Oh, but because you infiltrate your tether, you can look like us, you can assimilate. We take the blame for it. This degenerate behavior that you blaming us for is actually your people doing it. 21 Savage is from London. He one of the biggest gangsters in Atlanta, right? He ain't from here. Oh, but it's just them goddamn slave niggas. I'm different. I'm a different black person. I'm a good black folk. Like, nah, you on some nigga shit too. You think you different. Let's continue this shit of this ignorant ass teller talking shit.
Who's next?
Can I share some stats about what happened to some Africans here in DC area?
Is that the topic, Alex?
Yeah, because I actually agree with the topic, man. Because there are 3 African Uber drivers who were killed in the last month by niggas in the hood.
All right, go ahead and tell us that. We want to know about the niggas in the hood killing Africans. Thank you.
Yeah, man. I'm gonna post the links in the chat, man.
See how they say niggas in the hood, bro? You sound like white folks don't. Nigga. You so disrespectful. You're so disrespectful. Yes, ain't no Africans ever harmed a black person in America ever. Them, and that's what they love to use. Them Nigerians are very studious. They get in school too. Okay, kudos for them. I'm happy for them. Congratulations. Just remember, bro, you turn your back on your brother. It's karma. Don't think you so high up in the sky that your ass can't be drugged down too. Because when you can't blend no more, you the motherfucker that's gonna stand out. You can't camouflage this skin tone. You can't go no, you can't hide it. Respectful. Them Mexicans will tell you y'all ain't special. That's why that gang started, right? Because black folk were picking on them. Huh? So y'all about to start an African gang because black folk picking on you. No. If you dealing and engaging in certain areas and a person looks at you as a lick, he gonna lick you. He don't give a fuck what your shade is. Oh, I mean, the worst of us is the worst of us. Don't get it twisted. But don't be like, oh, he's targeting Africans. No, he ain't. He's targeting an illegal immigrant that got buku cash on. He feel like he can come up on the lick. That's the truth. Like, but the majority of us don't fuck with y'all like that. Man, I ain't fucking with that man, bro. I don't care as long as he don't come over here and fuck with me. Facts. Cool. That's the point. Like, that's how I be feeling. That's how most of us feel. Now, the criminals, the robbers and jackers who will rob and jack anybody, gonna target your ass. Duh. Like, we need to start an African gang against these FBAs. Okay. Do what you need to do, bro. And then fuck the parties. They gonna even go to jail. They gonna go back to their country, which is worse for them. Like American prisons, who you gotta deal with the niggas you despise. Oh, you'd rather go back to Africa. Man, y'all niggas don't even understand, bro. Like my dream's always to reunite Africa. Always. And FBA. But I can't do it if you hate us. Like stop this fighting shit that we got. But I'm not gonna take no disrespect. Like for real, I'm really not. And I need to make an example out of y'all because I don't want people out here just saying I'm picking on everybody else and let my people slide. I get on hood niggas' ass too. Yep. Like y'all get it too. Don't disrespect us. You supposed to be coming over here trying to unite and trying to build this shit instead of, simulating into the white system and think you're gonna be accepted. Man, okay. You still a nigga too.
Yeah, but I mean, yeah, or you can Google it. You know what I'm saying? African Uber driver killed in DC or PG County. So what they're doing out here is they are targeting Africans now. They are calling Uber. I mean, requesting something, a ride or whatever, or food. When they see the face and the name of the driver, they lure them in. The guy drops the food off, and they drive down the street a little bit and get robbed and killed. And they're doing this strictly, out of hate. All because this whole, like bullshit, man. It's starting to reach the streets now.
Wow. So are you telling us we need to get guns too so we can fight those hood niggas?
Hell yeah. Niggas gotta go, period, bro. I'm just saying, like, yeah, it's getting real,
niggas
man.
gotta
like,
go, period.
You guys gonna have to,
They're from your own skin tone.
Niggas gotta go, period.
Niggas gotta go, period. Niggas gotta go, period. If that ain't some white folk shit, I don't know what it is. Niggas gotta go, period. That nigga's supposed to be my brother. But I'm used to betrayal, so fuck you too, nigga. I'm gonna do the same to you I'm gonna do to these folks out here. It ain't gonna be nothing negative. It's gonna be all positive. I'm gonna make you eat them words. Like, it was up to me, everybody be kissing our ass, bro. We don't got to fuck with nobody if we ever want to. I'm on a mission you don't even know. Like, we ain't gotta take nobody disrespect. You ain't gotta fight. You ain't gotta argue. I ain't gotta patronize your shit. I ain't gotta work at your job. I ain't gotta wear your shit. I ain't gotta speak your name. You don't exist. But that's how I feel. Like, that'll fucking impact the world. I ain't gotta argue with you, man. Fuck you. Vanish. disappeared.
Push Congress or something, you know, it's getting real out here, man.
My African brothers and sisters, can you
My
hear this?
African
Please
brothers
get
and
you your guns, Nigerians, get your guns permits, wherever state you are in, the hood, the gangsters and the gang members are trying to take us out. So please.
Oh, they letting immigrants get guns now? Oh shit.
Please get you your gun.
Africans, unless you being illegal, you being a criminal element, getting a legal gun.
Tell y'all something that you're not paying attention to because you're clearly delusional.
Delusional.
If you get guns as an African immigrant, they gonna sting your ass back to Africa. They're not gonna congratulate you and say, good job. They're gonna just say it's black on black crime.
Yep.
Take your criminal ass back to Africa. I mean, if you're an immigrant, you don't have citizens, you don't have rights, you have rights as a human. You ain't got no motherfucking say so what we do over here. Are you a citizen? I'm saying, I don't understand. I don't get it. Like, why y'all over here if it's so bad for y'all? Go move to the white communities. Go do that. Like, do what white folks do 100%. You see a Jimmy on your app, a Johnny, don't go pick his black ass up since you feel like we niggas. I ain't got to all the tweet shit, man. They had another one. Like, I'm fucking 420 up too. I'm pissed off. Of course, he has a UK flag. Of course, he thinks non-FBA should replace black Americans. The same black Americans who fought civil rights.
Yep.
Him and his family have a country to go to. This is
And
the
vote.
unity. Exactly. Africans talk about replacing black Americans in the U.S. You know what? I'm not going to fight. I would love for you to replace.
What they say? Hold on. Africans talking about replacing black Americans in the United States. Pay attention. These hungry, tribalistic backstabbers want you and your children's spot. They're immigrating here for money black Americans have and spending power. Yeah, America would be better off if non-FBAs quickly replace FBAs in the next few decades. Again, our population, bro. There's nobody gonna be loyal to us. Nobody gonna come save us. They always said there's this evidence and proof. Like they believe we supposed to save ourselves. Why you been saving yourself? What the fuck wrong with you niggas?
America and let us take the African immigrant status. So you be the target. From now on, we want y'all to stand in front as the target. Okay, let's switch positions. Okay, you are now America's target. And we are not today's Africans. They are not us. We are different lineages. They don't look at us as purity too. We ain't theirs are worthless, lazy, and
Those Africans here say FBAs are worthless, lazy, shiftless, but Africans are butthurt because FBAs dissociate from being African. We are much less Africans than Indian.
shiftless, but Africans are butthurt because FBAs dissociate from being African.
Look what it was like. She is not Black America. This violence and debauchery in rap music is mostly done and performed by Black immigrants. And this is why Black Americans is demanded to be classified in their own lineage-based class, which can be traced back to 1870 U.S. Census. Yeah, because a lot of these female rappers and from them other countries.
We are much less African than Indian,
Everybody realized that they have more female rappers out here today. They're like, women running the rap now. They said that shit last year. So all these trash bars coming from all these trash female rappers, and then people wonder why ain't no #1 rap album. What, in 30 years? 30 years. Like, y'all can talk about all the shitty male rappers or misogynistic, but when we put out classics, I don't know. Maybe one Lil Kim, maybe Missy Elliott, classic shit. Maybes, a lot of maybes.
Are Chinese. We are not today's Africans. They are not us. We are different lineages. They don't look at us as purity too. I ain't speak on that. They not pure. I ain't pure black. Such disrespect. She is not a black American. This violence and the debauchery in rap music is mostly done and performed exactly by black immigrants, not African Americans. Nicki Minaj, Cardi B, all them ain't FBAs. So y'all knocking rap and shit like some of y'all even from the UK. And this is why black Americans are demanding to be classified in their own opinion. They're like, y'all niggas things like not.
All this whole video is about Africans. So you want to see this go? Okay, let's read this video. Let's look at this shit.
You always have. Oh, I know they got a lot of hard working. If you legal, I don't give a fuck. You're American to me instantly. When you come up here, you ain't legal and you working illegally. Like, nigga, that got a lot of shit. That shit fucks with a lot of black. Like, let's continue though. Let's watch this video. Damn, how long this shit is already?
Ow. Where they don't fall.
My people build this country, not yours. His response was, you saying the same stupid stuff. Yeah, that's how they feel, bro. Like sometimes you just can't talk to a nigga, bro. You just gotta leave him alone, bro. If you think your life be better without us around, cool. I don't want your ass around either. Go back to where the fuck you come from. Damn, that sounds very white, man. Go back there, you digger. That's why we fight for everybody's rights. We won't want to be like white folk. Even when they don't like us. But then I'm going to tell y'all another thing, black folk, that y'all need to pay attention to. Okay, if the shit ever pop out, you know what I mean? Because these Proud Boy types, you know, they trying to, these mass shooter types, they feel like they about to drop their nuts.
Why you want the wall built?
See, I was about turn off because I'm saying all the Trump shit. But I could care less if they wearing Trump shit. Like whether I fuck with them or not. What I care about is what they stand up for. And y'all niggas really don't get it. Like, it's the reason why you are more likely to be in the condition you in if motherfuckers ain't gonna play fair and square with you. It's the reason why you always had to fucking play a dirty hand, man. Ain't you sick of that shit? Everybody I know got Mexican armed men and Mexican maids. And probably most of them illegal. Right now, we're down to 22% blacks in California. Illegal immigrants have leveraged in black communities and devastated us. I have been in this all my life. And we're so shocked by how everyone is so supportive to bringing more people in, but they don't bring them in Beverly Hills.
Nope. Nope. Yep.
The elderly people are being attacked by the MS-13s, and they're not talking about that. We're being not only marginalized, but they're basically taking us out so that we don't all even exist. Our black churches have nobody in the church anymore. Illegals have hurt black communities. They don't help black communities. And that's all we're saying. You fight for your right, we fight for ours. If they're so great about their country, tell them to go back to their country. Tell them to fix Mexico. They abandoned their own people. And now they want to come after my people. And that's not right. Civil rights was built on the backs of black people, not Latinos. I am not an immigrant. I'm not an illegal immigrant. I'm a son. I'm not an immigrant. Your family didn't immigrate here? No. I can't. Your family did? I trace my family back to 1856. Okay, well, before that. I came here as a slave. Okay, before that. You came from somewhere else. Black people came here as a commodity. As a commodity. We didn't come here illegal. As commodities. And that's how black people looked up as commodities. Look, of course, look who arguing with the black woman. A white man. Ain't that fucking ironic? Like, y'all sisters be out here thinking they y'all allies. The white man come to the defense of the Mexican. White gay man. Privatized prisons. We have privatized prisons that target black men and black communities. And now we left these little people who won't fix their own country. They need to fix their country. I just told you my family came from Norway. I told you that America was built on the backs of black people. I just told you that what about before that? What about when they started all the came here? That's what we're about.
You talking about your people?
You don't know what I am. What about before that? But what about before that?
Man, shut the fuck up with that before that shit. You ain't saying nothing but before that. Tell me something. Fuck. Before that. You talking about the shit that y'all did.
Do your homework.
Boy, that nigga spirit in me want to crush his face in. But I know white boy soup. Like, there's something about, like, I'm different. I don't really like motherfuckers loud talking my elders. Black elder, black female, or black men. Like, you gotta behave when you're in public. Like, listen to all black dudes, y'all think we ain't got the ability to activate. Like, niggas on some real nigga shit, they be looking for excuses to act a fool. Yep. Like, I'm in public and I just see a motherfucker talking down at an older black woman, man, I get a certain itch. Like, man, I feel like this nigga talking to my mama, bro. Like, whoa, nigga, what the fuck going on over here, man?
This video. It's 461,695 Nigerians in America to compare to 47 million FBAs in America. Of course, your average will be better. I will go over to Africa and make more than the average African. Bam, facts. Man, let me find the video. I keep getting stopped. That's not it. This is the video I was talking about right here. Let's get in. Because I'm finally in this shit. For those who think African and Caribbean immigrants have tried to go against FBA's reparation claims, listen to this video.
Because the question is, who gets them?
Oh,
and that's who they always put out.
This and that's what's gonna happen. Someone's the reparation checks coming. They're gonna come. A lot of y'all people who against it. I won't even the FBAs who be out here. We out there. I'm talking to you, Anton Daniels. Send the check back. Don't take it. But you ain't. A lot of you tellers gonna be who been wanting to separate yourself. Well, I was be like, man, I'm one of y'all. No, you ain't. You're not getting a check.
So, these people who ain't really had to go through it.
Why is it immigrants are not stopping reparations?
My ancestors come from the Caribbean, and there were slaves in the Caribbean, and we didn't qualify for the American reparations. Well, here's the challenge.
Ain't like Caribbean or Dominican, something. She not FBA, or Nicki Minaj, or a lot of those thought active ladies.
There are so many difficulties with trying to enact reparations, in part because the question is who gets them. Potentially, I could volunteer.
Not you.
Not you.
That's why you big mad about it. Not y'all. No, you're not allowed to get it. No, it's not gonna be no mix. No Mexicans. None of that. None of that. Strictly descendants of African slaves. Strictly. That was in America. If you want reparations, you need to go back to where the fuck you come from and tell them to get to you. Wherever you was enslaved at.
There are so many difficulties with trying to enact reparations, in part because the question is who gets them. Potentially, I could fall into that category. I honestly have called a pipe dream in the past, and I think that's what it is.
Well, it would be nice if there was an elegant, simple solution to all sorts of complicated problems. You're not actually talking about how to fix those problems if you're only talking about reparations. If we're only debating how we're going to parcel out responsibility.
Talk about brotherhood, coalition bullshit.
And we're probably never going to do this. It's not clear to me why we're pursuing this thing.
Is it fair that there's no reparations, no restitution,
and
nothing?
So the Irish get reparations, by the way. Irish need not apply signs when they came here during the Progressive era. I mean, how far do we want to take this down? Are we acknowledging that there are ugly spots in history because 60
Africa need not apply signs? I ain't equal to coloreds in the back. Like, are you serious? When black people became non-slaves, they start treating Irish like regular white folks. Like, what the fuck are you talking about? Like, they wasn't indentured servant. Oh my God, I get sick of this shit too. Let's continue.
50% of the world would be entitled to slave reparations if you wanted to play that game.
Well, here's a fact. Slavery ended 154 years ago. It's been a long, long time since we had slavery in this country. You have people like my family. I'm black, but my family came to the United States in 1962. My parents are from Costa Rica. Do I get a check?
I did a couple of essay contests that I actually won. And I won like NAACP AXO award for this essay and something else. I can't remember another, like I ended up winning money. And the essay was, do you think black people should get reparations? And I was like, no, you didn't work for it.
Why are you so against reparations?
Valerie, it's a matter of a waste of time. We've got so much to do. And yet you have people who invest so much energy and attention on what I consider to be a dead-end idea, a dead-end movement.
Yeah.
From your own people.
We know y'all don't fuck with us. We don't even think about y'all. It's weird. Y'all come out here and be the mouthpiece. Y'all come.
All right, well, it's almost the end of this shit. I'm gonna hit you with this last bit of information. You know, no matter how far we go, we still in the same place. This is the last little piece of evidence. Oh man, I'm sitting low. The last little piece of evidence. Oh, this morning I've been trying to tell y'all, and the dangers we in as a community. If we don't help each other unite and stop on this coalition bullshit, as if these people gonna come here and help us when the power shift happen, because the power shift won't happen. Like Lucas say, we got 5-10 years for the political power voting, the population. And Mexicans, they say they're gonna overtake the white man. And they're gonna get their own politicians. And we ushered that in. We helped it. Because we want to help everybody. It's time for to help our motherfucking self. Prepare. Open your eyes. Yeah, individually, some can be your friends and allies, but as a whole, it ain't gonna happen. And this just gonna be proof of people be like, this systemic shit y'all be talking about, it ain't no proof. It ain't real. This is gonna be proof. Like, no matter how far we have come, we still got a long way to go. So let me share this last bit of evidence. This was from Reuters. Guess I'm saying that right? Reuters. That shit sound weird. Wait till you see what it is, though. It's gonna fuck you up. What? Hold on. Let's get to the top of this shit. Now, ain't no top. Let me tell you what it say. It says more than 100, that's 108, U.S. political elites have family links to slavery. You can see that one black face right there, right? Of course you can. That's Obama. You know, he's a non-FBA too. He's an African daddy and a white mama. Nobody enslaved his ancestors in Africa. That's what FBA means, that you were a slave, be a descendant of a slave. This John Bell Edwards here. Goddamn, the governor of Louisiana had slaves. Family had slaves, I'm sorry. This John Kennedy, senator of Louisiana. Of course. I think even him, he from Louisiana too. Look at that. Among America's political elite, Reuters found that 5 living presidents. Ain't this ironic that Trump ain't up there? Out of all people, right? The racist Donald Trump. Now, I'm not no Trumper. His face ain't up there. God damn, the irony. But the black man face is up there, because he's descendant of slave owners and not slaves. Mr. Crime Bill, Super Predator, 2 of them, they partners. You know, Joe Biden and Bill Clinton. You know, the first black president of the United States, because I put my man juice on Lewinsky's dress, and I can play a saxophone at Arsenio Hall. Fuck out of here, man. You locked up black people. Jimmy Carter and I can't spell. You do it to me once, shame on you. You do it twice. Can't get done again. George Bush. 5 living presidents, and Trump ain't up there. Donald Trump is not up there. Two Supreme Court justices. You wonder why? This systemic shit This represents how their family built money and they stayed in power politically. Old money. Now you got Supreme Court justices, and you wonder why the affirmative action got fucking dissolved. Talked about that earlier. If you won't know what I'm talking about, go look in the earlier parts of the video. 11 governors. This is the governor of Louisiana, a Democrat. It's so fucking confusing, right? Like, ain't Democrats supposed to be black folk friends? No, they ain't. Fuck out of here. I don't know these other governors because I'm not from Louisiana. I mean, I'm not from these other states. 100 legislators. And this supposed to be a friend of black folk. Her people own slave, you know. He definitely, yeah. Look at all these white faces. We talking about ain't no systemic shit. What systemic what? What you talking about systemic? And it's weird how I don't got no black faces up here, but they love to push that narrative. If black people own slaves too. It's black folk owns. You don't see none of them black faces up here though. I like to see a chart of the black CBC, Congressional Black Congress members who are descended from slaves. Let's see how that chart looks. Descended from African ancestors who enslaved black people. All right, I'm gonna read this shit before I get out here. America's Family Secrets. Look at this roots. That's systemic shit. The roots of the poisonous tree have expanded generations to help build their family members into political powerhouses that's going to keep the status quo. But we hallucinate. We get gaslit and tell us, man, that's bullshit. Ain't that shit old? How's old if it's in our face right now? Have slave-holding ancestors. Reuters examination found few are willing to talk about their tie. Of course they are. But they know they're going to, like Donald Trump said, who ain't on this list. I can shoot somebody in the head on Fifth Avenue. Ain't nobody going to say nothing. They know their ass still going to get elected. Fuck it. They probably going to get embraced even more because, oh, shit. A chiseled block of sandstone in the U.S. Capitol's Visitor Center serves as a reminder that the home of the nation's Congress was built in part by enslaved black people. And the White House, too. And a lot of these monuments. When we say we built the country, literally, we got our hands in the mud and did the shit. A bronze plaque says the stone, originally part of the building's exterior, commemorates their important role in building the Capitol. Many lawmakers need to look no further than their own family history to find a much more personal connection to slavery in America, a brutal system of oppression that resulted in the deadliest conflict in United States history. In researching the genealogies of America's political elite, Reuters' examination found that a fifth of the nation's congressmen, the living presidents, Supreme Court justices, governors are direct descendants of ancestors who enslaved black people. Among 536 members of the last sitting Congress, Reuters determined at least 100 descended from slaveholders. Of that group, more than a quarter of the Senate, 28 members, can trace their families to at least one slaveholder. Those lawmakers, I'm not going to read that part. I'm going to skip that. In addition, President Joe Biden, every living former president except Trump, this is so fucking ironic, are direct descendants of slaveholders. Jimmy Carter, see, I ain't even talking about the ones who ain't living. They just talk about the ones who living. Trump's ancestors came to America after slavery was abolished. So he wasn't over here yet to enslave nobody. And Barack Obama, through his harbinger of doom, two of the sitting 2 of 9 sitting U.S. Supreme Court justices, Amy Coney Barrett and Neil Gorsuch. I guess I said that right. Also have direct ancestors with enslaved people. And in 2022, the governors of 11 states, of the 50 states, that's more than 20%, right? Yep. That's like 22%. The United States was descendant of slave owners. Ruther found that include 8 chief executives of 11 states that formed the Confederate States of the United States. Oh, yo, the losers, which succeeded and waged war to preserve slavery. 2 are seeking the Republican nomination for president: Asha Hutchinson, former governor of Arkansas, and Doug Burgum of North Dakota. North Dakota? Really? All the way up there? Oh, yeah, y'all just think slavery was in the South. South Carolina, where the Civil War began, illustrates the familiar ties between American political elite and the nation's history of slavery. Every member of the state 9-person delegation to the last Congress has ancestral link. The state's 2 black members of Congress, Senator Republican candidate Tim Scott and Republican Jim Colburn, you know, those 2, have forebearers who were enslaved. Of course, don't even need a list. You already know. Each of the 7 white lawmakers who served on the 117th Congress is direct descendant of slave holders. So Tim Scott and James Colburn, who both of them working with people whose family used to own his family. So too is the state's Republican governor, Henry McMaster. Ruther found that at least 8% of Democrats in the last Congress and 28% of Republicans have such ancestors. Yeah, Democrats, you too. This preponderance of Republicans reflects the party strength in the South, where slavery was concentrated. Don't forget the Democrats. Don't do that. Although white people enslaved black people across northern states in early America, by the end of the Civil War, slavery was almost entirely a Southern enterprise. Oh yeah, right before the Civil War, you know, we ain't gonna talk about the slave that was up north. Ruther's examination revealed how intimately tied America remains to the institution of slavery, including through the people who make laws that govern our country now. Right now, said Henry Louis Gates Jr., a professor at Harvard University. Oh, I'm sorry. Them agents say you don't belong there because you stupid. You're not intelligent. Focus on African and African American research and hosts the popular television geology show Find Your Roots. That's the block right there. Gates said, identifying a familiar connection to slaveholders is not another chapter in the blame game. We do not inherit guilt of our ancestors' actions. No, you just inherit the wealth and power that they passed down off slavery. And now you sit your ass on these political sects and say, no, you don't deserve reparation. Well, you got a direct link, you to your family owning my family. And your family profited off of it. And lo and behold, here your ass go, making laws. It's just to say, look at how closely linked we are to the institution of slavery and how it informed the lives of the ancestors of the people who represent us in the United States Congress today. Gates said, this is a learning opportunity for each individual. It's also a learning opportunity for their constituency and for the American people as a whole, knowing who you voting for. I think they should do this all the time. I need for you to tell me if this candidate family owned slaves, I promise you I ain't voting for your ass. Like if it was a day, if I could obviously see it, bro, I probably would have, if I knew this shit then, Trump ain't no. I probably been the biggest Trumper in the history of Trump. Like, oh, he don't know. Shit, you got my vote. Fuck all that. In addition to the political leaders, Reuters identified there are millions of Americans who are descendants of enslavers as well. Y'all need to cut your check too. Said Tony Burrows, a geologist who specializes in helping Black Americans trace their ancestry. What's unclear is how the proportion of leaders who descended from slaveholders compared to that of all Americans. Among scholars, there's no agreement on precisely how many Americans they have a forebearer who enslaved people. Ancestral ties to slavery has been documented previously for a handful of leaders, including Biden, Obama, McConnell. Scholars and journalists have also extensively examined slavery and its legacy, including how the North profited from the institution. Where the fuck you think they were shipping the cotton to? New York. But then we like, oh man, we different. We had shit. New York. The role slavery played in decisions of past political leaders during the formation of America and after emancipation. The Reuters examination is different. It focused on the most powerful U.S. office holders of today, many of whom have staked key positions on policies related to race. Exactly. It revealed for the first time in breadth and in detail the extent of those leaders' ancestral connection to what's commonly called America's original sin. And it is explored that it may mean for them to learn in personal, specific, sometimes graphic ways, the facts behind their own kin's part in slavery. Y'all think it's a joke. What do you see? How many people they descendants on? If you are willing to discuss the subject, only a quarter of them identify as having slave holders and ancestors offered any comment to Reuters. Among the silence are politicians who previously have spoken publicly, sometimes eloquently, about the legacy of slavery and the need for racial healing. But y'all don't say nothing about your family though. The reticence underscores the enduring sensitivity of slavery as a political issue and unease that genealogist Burrows suggests. I'm not reading that word no more. It's greatly amplified for many people when one's own kin are linked to the brutal institution. You probably have a lot of people who are struggling to process the information about their family, said Burrows. He said the granular details Reuters provided leaders, name, places, circumstances linking their family to slavery makes the information exceptionally powerful, but it's hard for them to be in denial when they have the specific facts in front of them. Yeah, you can't hide painting of a enslaved person captured on African coast. Collection of Smithsonian National Museum of African American History and Culture. A slave coffer passing the Capitol. To trace the lineage of political elites, Reuters journalists assembled tens of thousands of pieces of information contained in thousands of pages of documents. The analyzed U.S. Census reports include antebellum tallies of enslaved people known as slave schedules, as well as tax documentation, because you got to pay taxes on you niggas. The state records, family Bibles, because you know you always keep your records of you niggas in your Bible. Newspapers accounts, birth and death certificates, the records in some cases, family wills. I gotta pass my niggas down to my family. That shows enslaved humans being bequested along with feather beds and farm animals. Nigga, what? provide a visceral link between today's decision makers and slavery. In doing so, they expand upon the antiseptic story conveyed by the sandstone monument in the Capitol Visitors Center. Reuters research was then vetted by board-certified genealogists who reviewed each case that linked a contemporary leader to a slaveholder's ancestor. Among the examples of the lawmakers and the ancestors' ties to slavery. Lindsey Graham, his direct descendant is Joseph Maddox, his great-great-great-grandfather. I remember my great-great-grandfather. Like, that's how close. I remember my great-great-grandfather. My grandkids know their great-great-grandmother. Well, my kids. The great-great-grandfather of Senator Lindsey Graham, a Republican from South Carolina, after the death of Graham's direct ancestor Joseph Maddox, a receipt for the sale of his estate was prepared, dated February 1st, 1845. It shows the sale of 8 people Maddox had enslaved. Among them were 5 children, kids. The Negro man Sam was sold for $155.25. Their names were listed alongside items include a sorrel horse at $10 and a folding table, $10. Senator Graham has called slavery the original sin for the country, and aide said in a short written statement in response to the detailed briefing of he don't care, he never cared. Reuters find about Maddox. Graham didn't respond to the interview request. In past public remarks, he has spoken about the need to focus on building a more perfect union rather than looking backwards. Of course, your ass don't want to look backwards. I ain't gonna read all these because it's getting long now. But listen, her great granddaddy on 15. Listen to this part. In the interview in 1937, the man Hector Godbolt recounted watching the overseer summoned by John Mason's wife harbors his doom. Y'all keep on saying this patriarchy shit. Like, the white lady hands was clean. It's just the man was doing all the trick detriment to the black folk. John Macy's wife putting the slave person over a fence plank and whipped him 75 times with a cat o' nine tail, named for the 9 notched strands that ensured each lash inflicted searing pain. After 75 lashes, Goldberg recalled blood ran down off him just like you can see a stream run. This Nancy Macy, which is her right here, initially agreed to interview then counsel. She later provided a statement in response to the family tree Reuters provided. I don't recognize these people's names, even though they're the same last name. Can't confirm they are relatives, but slavery was stained on these countries, and we as Americans should be grateful for the progress we made. Fuck you, bitch. That shit made me mad. This lady look Asian. Henry Cho, great-great-great-great-grandfather owned slave folk people. The Democrat too described the fact that Duckworth described the facts that Reuters unearthed as gut-wrenching. In an 1829 appraisal of the state of her ancestor Henry Cho, the names of the enslaved and the assumed dollar value are bookended by the farm animals: 7 sheep, a lamb, and a bull calf. Cho left to various family members my Negro wife, Margaret, until she shall arrive. My Negro woman, Margaret, until she shall arrive at the age of 40 years. My Negro boy, Isaac until he is 36. Also, my Negro boy. Damn, he enslaving his own Negro kids. Oh, he just calling my boy. That ain't his kids. And she was a member of the Daughters of the Confederacy. You know, them Harvest is Doom I spoke of earlier. Oh yeah, let's read about acting embarrassed. Politicians aren't the only ones who are reluctant to discuss ancestral slaveholders. In 2015, PBS announced it has suspended seasons of its genealogy series, Finding Your Roots, after it was revealed that actor Ben Affleck has successfully, boy, this is such a white Karen thing to do, successfully pressured its producers to omit details about his ancestor who had enslaved people. The incident came to light after WikiLeaks dump of hacked email showed that host Henry Louis Gates Jr. asked a Sony executive for advice about Starr, who had asked to keep the aspect of his ancestry private. In the aftermath, PBS said the show's third season would not run until staffing changes, including the hiring of fact checkers. The series resumed next year. I didn't want any television show about my family to include a guy who owned slaves. I was embarrassed. The very thought left a bad taste in my mouth. Oh, so you decided that I don't want nobody to see it. Well, there you have it, bro. The end of the live stream. Y'all want to go see this shit? Let me see if this video.
At a time of renewed debate over slavery and its legacy,
Slavery is the original sin.
many U.S. leaders have staked key positions on policy to race.
This legislation will not erase centuries of systemic racism in America.
But what about their own family ties to slaveholding? A first-of-its-kind Reuters examination reveals the extent of the connections between America's most influential public officials and what is commonly called the country's original sin. Reuters found that 118 of America's most powerful leaders have direct ancestors who enslaved Black people. They include 5 living presidents, 2 Supreme Court justices, 11 governors, and at least 100 of the 536 members in the last sitting Congress. Reuters sought to understand what it means for them to learn in personal, specific, and sometimes graphic ways the facts behind their own family's part in slavery. Few of the leaders were willing to talk to us, however.
Of course they ain't.
A team of reporters traced the family trees of some of the most influential politicians in the country. Correspondent Tom Lasseter worked on the report.
We took those initial sort of roadmap family trees and with a group of reporters went through and sought to verify each rung, each step, if you will, of the family tree as sort of a main organizing document, but used many other sorts of documents: birth records, death records, marriage announcements, contemporary newspaper reports. A lot of time under the dome of the Library of Congress, looking at local histories. Yeah, it could be quite a process. And again, that's examining those documents, but also looking for other documents such as wills, family Bibles, tax records that would establish whether it was the case that the ancestor in question had enslaved people.
The Reuters research was vetted by board-certified genealogists who reviewed each case that linked a slaveholding ancestor to a contemporary leader. From conservative Justice Amy Coney Barrett and Republican Senators Mitch McConnell and Lindsey Graham, to Democrats Elizabeth Warren, Tammy Duckworth, and former President Barack Obama. LaBrenda Garrett Nelson was one of the genealogists.
You know, the
contrast between President Obama, whom you don't associate with enslavers, and then Amy Coney Barrett, that they're people at opposite ends of the political spectrum in many ways, but they have this in common, and that illustrates how integral a part slavery was to the country.
There's a discussion of slavery as a thing that just existed, and not a question of, well, who enslaved those people? I mean, specifically, who enslaved those people? And you know, who were their families? What did it mean for their families? Who were the people who they enslaved? What did that mean not only for the enslaved, but for those who came after them, their descendants? And I think there's a first basic step of just establishment of facts.
None of the 118 leaders identified by Reuters disputed the findings. Reuters made clear to each that it was not suggesting they were personally responsible for the actions of ancestors who lived 160 or more years ago. Even so, most remained silent on the subject.
Of course they is.
But Lassiter says the interviews Reuters did conduct were powerful, especially one with an Illinois member of Congress who called the information that Reuters unearthed gut-wrenching.
Interviewed Senator Tammy Duckworth, who was familiar with the genealogy with the family tree, because her family had a amateur genealogist who really sort of mapped a lot of it out. But she did not know, this is through her father's side, which is from Virginia, that her ancestors had enslaved people. And, you know, she just spoke very frankly about sort of her sense of pride of being a member of the Daughters of the American Revolution, part of her family heritage, that she needed to also, you know, reckon with and sort of look squarely at the fact that her ancestors, two of whom had enslaved people.
California Representative Julia Brownlee told us she was hit to the very core to learn an ancestor had enslaved 2 adults and 1 child.
I feel very much obligated to face up to my history, to learn my life and what happened, and you know, to bend into it. I think it's important for each member of Congress, in terms of their heritage, and it is important for them to know that and bend into it. I mean, we as policymakers, members of Congress, we want to move our country forward to sort of that more perfect union, if you will. But we can't do that without knowing the scars in our history as well.
The Reuters findings come at a time of renewed and intense debate about slavery's legacy in the United States.
A national reparations policy is a moral, democratic, and economic imperative.
And what, if anything, lawmakers should do about myriad matters related to race. From protests over police treatment of Black people, to the removal of Civil War-era monuments to the Confederacy, to how to teach about slavery and racism in American classrooms.
Slavery was one of the biggest sins, and it's important for us to teach history and the truths of our history, knowing that our democracy is not perfect. And to keep that from children is not a good thing. We want our children to be critical thinkers, to understand the decades of slavery that took place in our country, decades of segregation that took place in our country, decades of continuing racial inequality in our country.
Finding out that information will help everyone move forward, says New York Representative whose great-grandfather was enslaved.
You know, oftentimes when individuals say we need to go back to the way America was, I don't want to go back to the way America was. And I make sure that I articulate that to my colleagues. Seeking the truth makes us all better. It makes us understand what the past was, so that we can also have a better day and tomorrow.
We saw consistently in the polling that those who said their families had enslaved someone, those who said they knew their family had enslaved someone, were more likely to support reparations, for example, and that held true across party lines. potential voters that knowing that ancestors had enslaved people might affect the way they voted. So I think I think these are profound issues, not just of history, but of contemporary conversation in America.
I really believe, especially with respect to this Reuters project, that some of the notables whose genealogies we reviewed will pause and think about what it means that they, again, were kind of indirect beneficiaries of slavery. It wasn't something that just happened 200 years ago.
Indirect beneficiaries of slavery. Well, I warned y'all. I told y'all. Times are changing. There's gonna be a political shift soon. You think this goddamn coalition gonna be a friend to you? You out of your goddamn mind. Like if us as black people don't show some kind of unity, stop hating amongst each other, make our voices heard with our political, our votes, our person power. Do what we need to do. We're gonna fix our issues. Get that population to 100 million too. Or else, man, we facing more hard times than you think. You think just because they ain't got no collars around our neck no more, that we ain't in some troublesome times. Now, all that information, sure people gonna like, oh man, you're hallucinating. I'm telling you, I got the ability to see shit that chess moves. I play chess. Chess, not checkers, nigga. Hit that like, subscribe, become part of the kingdom. Man, hit that like button.